blame? Is it A or B? And we come back to that African mentality where we pass the buck and we leave and nobody still does anything. And so that's why we felt that, okay, we're going to have leaders that are representing each faculty. Though that's not what is coming up here. I'm just saying it as part of bringing mommy up. Who are going to come to tell us, okay, as a leader in this faculty, this is what I observed. This is what I think the problem is. This is what I think the solution should be. So which is going to come up after mommy's session. But I want us to know the mind of Soaring Scholar Summit. That was why I had to go to that. Before we organized this program for Osogbo, it was ab initio meant to be a program for tertiary institution students in Osun. Because currently the organization has up to 16 ambassadors in campuses in Osun State. Universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education. I think you should give us a round of applause. Yeah. And so we wanted it to be something that would be for Osun State's tertiary institutions. But as the program was coming forth, we began to see that that might be a bit challenging to bring people from all over Osun so that we'll be able to achieve our goal. And that was why we brought it to Osogbo alone. Why I said that was that as we were reaching out to campus students in Osun State, from polytechnics to colleges of education to universities, you know what we observed? The apathy is so gross. Our students in universities and tertiary institutions today are not really interested in academics like that again. Is my research, is it right? 100%. You say so. Once it is not something political, and you want to say that, wow, in fact, the next senator in Osun State wants to give you a space. So, are you a student? Okay, we are preparing to bring you up. In the next, when will you graduate? In 3 years, we want you to come up. Once it is not something that is giving balance in the governance and political terrain, which, don't forget, is also a mountain of influence. Am I right? Once it is, we are coming to stand on the mountain of education, the students are not interested. I mean, we sampled up to like 20 tertiary institutions in Osun State, and it was a serious burden. Like, what is happening? Of course, I graduated from school a few years ago because I spent more years in medicine in the school I attended. But at least I gained admission to the university in 2010, which is 13 years ago. The picture is so different. And I know if we begin to sample most of our speakers here who graduated even far earlier, like a decade before that time I mentioned, and sample our mommy, our daddy, we find out that, in fact, the gross gap cannot be described. Why such an apathy? We also found out that once it is not something entertainment that you are also bringing to students. Is entertainment bad? You do not like Okoka. Is it not entertainment? It's entertainment now. It's a form of entertainment, just on a lighter mood. But once it's not like, okay, we want Portable to come to Osun. You know the way Portable comes now. You know that thing now. And then he removes his clothes and stays on top of a bus and tattoos his body from head to toe, and he begins to sprinkle money. I'm not against any form of form of entertainment. But I'm saying that when we look intently into some of these things, they might consist of some things that don't eventually impact us. Am I right? They might eventually, I'm not saying you might not want to just go for a club, go out and join a program that is non-academic. But these things, the percentage that they are now holding, is the balance is going down. Because our main reason for coming to the university is to study. And so that such studies will give us a place to stand amidst the elites. And doors will be open to us in the marketplace, where we will not only make money, but make impact. Like those ahead of us have done. Look at where we are. This is the bulb. Some people invented it. The textbooks that you all read to understand a lot of things that we can practicalize to make money. Some people wrote it. So we cannot, I know that there are many things that we might have grievances about in the educational system. That's why I started to tell you that we are not focusing on students. Because if we focus on students, it will be partial. Because we also know that Nigerian education system, amen? There's a lot to say. But notwithstanding, we want to help our minds, like I've said, to soar. Somebody say soar. Yeah. To soar. If you remember the example I was giving the other time of a time that I had an issue in my own career, you can continue to make an excuse for yourself. and you don't want to soar and begin to think higher, you can continue to say, oh, my school, this polytechnic, this university, this college of education is because of this thing that they did not do. I know if we sample each and every one, we have a lot of things. This is what happened. I wrote a course before I did well, and my scripts, I've had an awaiting result before as a student. These are problems of the school. And then I was to enter 200 level, and they said, if you don't have all your full results in 100 level and you're going to 200 level, you are automatically repeating, like you are withdrawing from medicine. But this was an exam I wrote. Why should I automatically withdraw? Did I steal my script? And so while my mate had resumed for like a week or more, I could not join. I had to go about looking for the script of the exam that I wrote, that I submitted and signed and wrote my matric number. And eventually the script was found. I had 72A. And I had to join my mate almost 2 weeks after they had resumed. So I know we have a lot of things. Maybe the feeding system in the school. Hey. Maybe they will say we should not cook. And they are not supplying how we can eat. And at the end of the day, we are reading with Krebs cycle. And gluconeogenesis. And we have to read. Maybe for us it is the school fees of the school. And our parents flag them have to move from the right to the left before they can pay our school fees. And after that, they don't ask for money again. I've paid your school fees for this. Hey. And before you can even ask for 1,000 naira pocket money, it's difficult because they've given you everything. The school fees are expensive. Maybe, strike actions, a lot of things. But do you know what? I want us to live because we have a particular program that we do in our foundation. It's called the Yacht Challenge. That's where we have campus ambassadors. That's young Africans towards change. And what we do is that we deal with African mentalities. For instance, mediocrity is an African mentality. Late coming, they will say African time is an African mentality. Now, I just realized you said that passing the buck is an African mentality. And I want you to leave this meeting coming out of this thing. So, can you succeed despite the fact that the Nigerian education system is poorly structured? Please, are we together?
Yes, ma'am.
Despite the fact that I spent 10 years in medical school. And I was joking with somebody recently, and when we were talking about our babies, and some stress, and we are just starting residency at the same time, the person said, it's not our fault. We knew when we got to the university what we should be doing by now. It should not be the same time that we were doing everything together. But the school, just dashed us 365 days in 4 places. Just to add to us, just want to give you a gift. And they gave us gift, and here we are going. But I'm saying that amidst the poor education system, amidst the challenges you are going through at home, each spoke of it is some dimensions. Maybe there are even psychological things. Is it still possible as a student to not live a life of excuses and passing the buck, such that you can still make great grades? This are we together? This is what we want to achieve in this meeting. We want you to soar higher than where your mates are operating, higher than the challenges that should hold you down, higher than the way Nigeria has structured the education system. If mommy could graduate in her set and she was a best student, are you telling me that the school where she graduated from did not have challenges? Please, let's echo it. No. So we are not here to pass the buck to students. We are not here to say students, lazy Nigerian youths. We are not here to say that. But we are here to move together into a higher level of operation, where irrespective of the obstacles and the barriers, are you with me? We can still soar higher in academics. And of course, we have our mother in the house, whom she'll be taking us the aspects where we have themed great grades. What did I call it? Great grades. That is great grades amidst anything. Great grades. And mommy, with all due honor and humility, I want to ask you to rise up on your feet as I'll be reading a citation first of all. Please, can we please sit down as I read a citation? Recitation of Professor Feyi. Yes, it's abridged, ma'am. Very, very abridged. Very, very. Because it will be a scroll if it was not abridged. Dr. Mrs. Feyi Grace graduated from Ahmadu Bello University, Nigeria in 1991, sorry, where she badged Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery, MBBS, and won the Alba Medical Award for the Best Graduating Student, Glasgow Pediatrics Prize, AI Sahar Prize for Community Medicine, and Best Award for Obstetrics and Gynecology and Surgery. Her career in ophthalmology began with her residency training in 1995, during which she won the Oyin Oluri Prize for the Best Candidate in Part 1 Fellowship Examination and obtained Fellowship of the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria and Fellowship of the West African College of Surgeons by the year 2000 and 2001, respectively. She had further professional subspecialty training in cataract and anterior segment, Arabian High Hospital, India, Community Ophthalmology Certificate, Brookshire Hospital, University of Cape Town, South Africa, Master in Community High Health, London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, University of London. She was appointed Consultant Ophthalmologist and Lecturer 1 in 2001 with the University of Ilorin Teaching Hospital or the University of Ilorin. She rose to the position of an Associate Professor in 2001 and Professor in 2014. Her passion and focus is on community ophthalmology and cataract and anterior segments. Our community ophthalmology work involves several community outreaches, advocacy, public health lectures in communities, religious organizations and institutions. She delights in activities supporting promotion of eye health, such as production of information leaflets, films and documentaries on eye health, several television and radio programs on eye health. Our film of prevention of cataract blindness titled You Are My Eye in 2001 was heard in over 27 TV stations in Nigeria and some television houses in Africa. YouTube viewers is over 56,000. The second film titled Stillwater creates awareness on glaucoma, a silent killer of the sight. She is a recipient of several awards, such as Award of Innovative Contribution to Prevention of Blindness and the Progress of the Ophthalmological Society of Nigeria in 2001 by Africa Ophthalmology Council, Leadership Award for Human Capacity Building, amongst others. She is also a recipient of Commonwealth, DFID, Sight Savers Builders Fellowship Awards, member of the International Eye Research Network in the United Kingdom, participant twice at ORBS International, DC-10 Aircraft Flying High Hospital in Norway in 2006, 2011, and the Ocular Mobility Studies of Nigeria. She is a reviewer of 5 journals, examiners at postgraduate level, and trainer of medical students, resident doctors, and other allied health workers. Presently, she is the Secretary, Public Health Ophthalmology, Treasurer at the Faculty of Ophthalmology, Nigerian Postgraduate College of Surgeons, and the Advocacy Chair, Africa Ophthalmology Forum. She has 56 published papers in local and international journals and 3 published books on the eye. Professor Adepoju Feyi Grace is a founder of 2 non-governmental organizations named Help for the Underprivileged Ministry and Television Media. She's married. Pastor Feyi Adepoju. Please present me here. And they are blessed with beautiful children with a rising ovation. Can we welcome Obi as she takes our profession and our good words.
Please, may we be seated? I want to thank my sister who read the citation, and I was stylishly asking, well, where did she get all of that? But thank you very much. The good Lord bless all of us.
Amen.
So I'm grateful to God for the privilege to be here, and I'm sincerely so happy because one of the passions I have is to see young minds grow into very great minds, greater than I am. Typically, every of my students, when I write them and I say, "You're welcome, sir, you're welcome," they say, "Mommy, why are you saying this?" I say, "Because all of you will be greater than who we are." And that's our prayers, and it's going to happen in your life, in Jesus' name. I want to thank the organizers and this fantastic group for the great job that you're doing. It's a great job. It's a great job. I wish sometimes that we have that kind of privilege where people put us together when we're growing and infuse in us fantastic mindset. So you are lucky, and I envy all of you. So can we please put our hands together and appreciate the convenement of this meeting. I'm also grateful to my darling husband. We've been married for 30 years. And he's been my best friend for 40 years. And a very great supporter of myself, and a very good help in ensuring that I'm able to do the little that I have done. So I pray for every one of us sitting here. You also have great helps. Amen. You have people who will support you greatly. Oftentimes when people ask me, so how, I say, well, I'm Grace, I'm a father of Grace, and God blessed me with very fantastic people who have supported me all through the years. So it's very key. It's very key. Sometimes the support we need may not come from immediate family. It may come from friends, may come from the religious organization we're coming from, may come from mentors, may come, but everyone definitely do need a soldier to rely on, and then you can see farther than you would have seen. So please, before we start anything, I want you to just keep that in mind, and you pray. And Daddy laid a very good foundation on the G factor, the angle of God factor. So each step of our life, we need to keep asking God for help, for direction, and for people that He will use. Because oftentimes God will not come down physically. He's going to use people to help you, to move you, forward. So you should keep asking God for such people around you. And as you ask God for such people, you also need to begin to ask Him to open your eyes to people that you should be very distant away from. I don't know if you get it. There's some people you surround yourself with that may make it impossible to soar hard. That's just the truth. And I sincerely believe that great writer that says, what you're going to be in the next 5 years or 10 years is going to be a product of at least one thing among others, the people that you surround yourself with, your circle of friends, the people that you meet and talk with. So if you have a positive mind that you want to soar high, and then you surround yourself with people who are going nowhere, that will be counterproductive. I hope you understand. So this morning, the talk has been made very easy because our dear sister said a whole lot of things. And I appreciate the angle where people were talking about some of the things, they would like to see us make a mention on. And I agree with perfectly everything that you stated. But one thing that was shocking to me when I entered medical school was to think that, okay, from secondary school, you were having very good grades, and you truly feel you are very brilliant. You just feel you're brilliant. As of that time, that was probably one of the criteria that makes you go into medicine. Even though now several people with very good grades don't want to go to medicine. But that time, once you have very good grades in secondary school, nobody asks you, what do you want to do? They just assume you must be in medicine, right? So some of us, that's the way I found myself. And you just feel, yeah, I had good grades. But when you come together from different part of the world, different part of the country, and you come together as medical students, you suddenly realize you thought you were very brilliant. But then here you are with several other people who are also what? Very, very brilliant. That was the first shock that met me. I don't know if you understand. Because you're not having the gathering of heads from different people and the best gathered together like that. And that was shocking because nobody prepared my mind. You know, so like the Yoruba adage would say, if you have not been to somebody else's father's farm, you probably thought that your father's farm was the biggest. So you're going around with that kind of courage, you know, and suddenly you meet a farm and you say, huh? So that was one of the things. The other thing that was, the second thing I found out, immediately I entered university medical school, is to suddenly realize that this is a very competitive environment. That time, I hope it has changed a little. And I think NUC has helped a little bit in trying to streamline how many people come into medical school. When there were no DAT regulations, a school could bring in 300 students, 250 students at 100 level. But you know, with NUC regulation or not, it is just, you can just assume that the maximum number of people that were going to graduate was going to be maybe 100 or 110. You know that from day one, and they don't hide it from you. You have seen the antecedent. So you already been informed from day one, at the end of 100 level, a high number of people are going to have to change course or have to move to somewhere else. And that will not stop at 200 level, and that will not stop at 300 level. In fact, in our own time, that was not stopping even at 400 level. And we had some cases at 500 level. Until we began to challenge that can we agree that once somebody enters into the clinicals, it should almost be impossible to ask that person to leave. But that system was still operational till I think about 10 years, even in University of Illinois. And we had to come down and say, this is an evil. If someone has spent 6-7 years, for whatever reason, and has reached only 400 level, because of a repeat of something, how is damaging to ask that person to go? It's damaging. Particularly some of you shared, where even from 100 level, they've been saying Papa doctor and Mama doctor. How will they handle that? But of course, oftentimes, we needed to be balancing, because between safety of lives, that's how difficult medicine can be. Between safety of lives and sentiment. I don't know if you understand. We need to keep asking ourselves, if you let this person go because of sentiment, as good as that may be, can I have a situation where I am going to be the next patient he or she is going to treat? Or is it going to be my father, or my mother, or my child? So we are always having to balance that. And I think every discipline always needed to balance that. Some may be more damaging, but there's no course that is not damaging. That's the truth. If you are not well trained, if you don't come out with good grades. And that's why sometimes when you have a building collapse, you may say sometimes they are fake engineers. You know, everybody that does anything with metal is an engineer until proven otherwise in Nigeria. But then sometimes a trained engineer is part of the team. So when a building collapses because of human error, it's also damaging. So it's not just only in medicine. But we appreciate the fact that in medicine, it's about life and death. And a little error can actually go a long way. So I appreciate the fact that there are so many other people from other faculties. Well, maybe a little biased because I think medical people are more. So, well, pardon me. Every spheres of life needs to have people who will excel therein. Excellence should cut across board, irrespective of the course you're studying. It should just be the baseline. And I'm also happy to share, because our sister mentioned several challenges that we're facing as students in different universities or polytechnics or college of educations. And sometimes we feel that the problems are now just now. But I beg to disagree. The magnitude may be more now, but I think the problem had always been from time immemorial, in different shades, right? And to different degree, depending on a student compared to another student. So I don't want it to be weighed down by the magnitude of all the challenges that are around us. We're not closing our eyes to it. We're not asking you to pretend that they are not there. They are there. But they've always been there. It's not just starting now. It may just differ in their colorations. And I feel some of you are a lot better, even than me when I was in university or secondary school. You may not believe it. So don't be weighed down. But you can have a mindset that irrespective of what surrounds me, irrespective of the situation I'm going through, with God on my side, with me having the right perspective, I'm doing what is right, I will make it. That's my summary. That's the summary of what I want to deposit here. Because oftentimes when we want to look at the challenges that we're facing, we then have excuses. Every human being will have an excuse. And you know what? Excuses are usually lame. You know why we call them lame? They can't go far. They can't go far. And excuses are usually very easy to bring forward. It's common to all human beings. Oh, I didn't do well because of this. Oh, I didn't do well because my mommy did not call me to say I love you. You know, there are some people like that. That's their only. And I love. Maybe important to them. So there are different challenges. Oh, because my parents are not together. Well, these are all valid reasons. But I'm saying we can come to a point, and we've seen several lives challenging us to that. That irrespective, sometimes I get motivated when you see people who have a physical disability, and I'm sure you have seen some of them, and they're doing amazing things. I've seen people without hands, and they have learned to use their legs to feed themselves. Have you seen some of them? You have not. We've seen people who are blind, and they've gone farther than I could ever imagine I would get there. Several challenges. So you see several people with challenges, and they sit within the challenge, and then they give excuse, and then they lament, and then they call pity parties around them. You know pity parties? You gather people who will pity you, and you keep sharing the story. And they say, yeah, and that's all they can offer you. But then the same situation, some of the people are in it, and they're not looking for pity parties. They're rising above it. In fact, when you want to get close to them and say, oh, is there? They say, no, please. I'm not disabled. I'm only differently enabled. So you keep quiet. And they're moving on with their lives. And you're wondering, those things are to teach us that irrespective of our background, our back should not be on the ground. We can make up our mind to so on, irrespective. I hope I'm clear. Yes. And I'm happy because today I can clearly share that I can relate with some of your situations, or maybe worse. Thank God Daddy is here. I can relate to being in medical school. And there was no form of financial support. Very minimal. I have a sister who was very wonderful. She was loving. She wanted to do her best. She just didn't have the capacity. So sometimes when I go to her house and she said to Feyi, will you go to this my friend there and say, can she loan me maybe 10,000 naira? I will even be ashamed to go. Do you understand? So I can see her trying to loan or borrow money to give me that little that I can go to school with. But that same little she gave me, I could not buy a single textbook throughout my medical school. I'm not exaggerating. I'm just trying to let you know that these challenges has been there. And if God was able to help certain people overcome the challenge and still be what He wants them to be, then yours cannot be different. So all through medical school, I wasn't privileged to have textbook. But God helped me with some little wisdom. What I would do that time, when exam is far away, people are not going to be reading their books. Do you understand? Normally students will play until exam is quarter to. So I knew the challenge I was having. At that time, if I go to A or B or C and say, can you borrow me your biochemistry book or your anatomy book, they will give to me. In fact, they will not remember to ask back in good time. They'll probably ask when exam is about 2-3 weeks, and I have to let it go back to them. But if I try to borrow a book 2-3 weeks to exam, not one single person will allow me to take one of their books. And I didn't initially understand. I said, you're sitting there reading one book. You have like 15 textbooks on your table. You cannot possibly read all of these textbooks at the same time. Let me just take one. You say, no, I'm going to read it. And because it's not mine, I have to let go. But I think that helped me. And I'll share where it helped me. It helped me to read ahead when there were no pressure. It helps me to study when I'm not staring at the exam in the face. In retrospect, I want to believe it helped my brain cells to assimilate, to store, and made retrieval of the information easier and faster. I don't know if you get it. Because I soon realized later, if exam is a week or two and I'm trying to read and store, like some of us try to do, you want to store so very many things at the same limited time in your brain cells. And sometimes the brain says, look, I'm tired. I can't take this information any longer. But you're not listening. You sit down, you're still pushing it. Just take it right there. I need the exam. I need it for the exam. So when the exam comes, it's like, I read this thing last week now. Brain, bring it back. I need it. The brain says, I don't know where I stored it. I have not had the opportunity to rearrange it. That's the way our brain cells works. I don't know if you get it. There is a capacity of what you can assimilate at a time T. And when you assimilate, it needs to be properly stored. So that's the way library works. How many of you know how library works? They are stored in segments, year by year. It's for easy retrieval. So for some of you who are familiar more with computer than you know, if you're trying to do too many things sometimes with a computer, it just shuts itself down. Or it just crashes. Why? You're trying to put too much within a very short time, and it's not enabled to handle that amount of information. So, whatever challenge you're going through, I believe strongly, thank you, that there's a lesson that God wants you to pick out of it. There's no challenge you go through that doesn't have a lesson. Do we understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So, I also found that that experience, what it taught me, and has helped me till date, is to try and pick up several other things as a medical student. It was tough. We used to read for several hours, you know that. And we had one reading place they call See Never Dry. What it means is that go there 2 a.m., you'll find people reading. 4 a.m., you'll find people reading. Anytime tea, you'll find people reading. The bulk of them will be medical students. But then in the midst of that competing, the man of time. And knowing the background I'm coming from, I had to pick up so many things. At that time, it was not palatable. But now I look back and thought it was a good training opportunity that God gave me. So long time at that time, I picked up how to do baking, do puff-puff, do chin-chin, do ice cream, do yogurt. I picked time to go help some people wash and launder their clothes at home. And I get paid some token. It wasn't a large amount of money, but it was enough to help me through school without involving myself in some other destructive activities. There was a time towards the end of my medical school, I started doing big time oloko. I would cook for doctors in Zaria. And it was quite interesting. And also when I finished as a house officer, really as a house officer job, I thought, well, if I'm going to get married, who will sew my clothes? How will I get money to sew clothes? So I went and registered myself to learn how to sew for a year. I'm a professional tailor, and I had a sewing institute for many years before I went to school. So I just went, I said, Mama, I want to learn how to sew. My name is Feyi Adepoju. I won't have much time. I already did to come and learn. I'm working somewhere. Can I come over weekend when I'm free? It was 20 naira per month. And she had several old people there training, learning. I know at the time she had like 14 people. Many of them I could be older than, you know. But then they were all Auntie Yabo, Auntie Cecilia, Auntie Faith, can you teach me this? And within 6 months, I could learn how to sew very well. Until one day, a nurse was passing and she destroyed my head. She said, Doctor, what are you doing here? I said, oh God. So I'm just trying to encourage us, because the challenges are there. There's no doubt about it. But in the midst of the academics, I'm not saying you should destroy your academic input, but if you know one of the challenges you have is finance, and you seek God, how can I? And I've seen several students. You can do it in such a way that it's not going to negatively impact your study. Because before I was doing that, all I learned to do more was to cry when I cannot eat for 2-3 days. You understand? I didn't know what else to do. I would just be crying. But the crying wasn't helping me at that time. So I'm encouraging all of us seated here to say, irrespective of the background. Some of you, you're very lucky. You just have everything. We're not the same. And that's the second point I want to quickly submit. In trying to have good grades, you first need to understand yourself. Who are you? As a person, who are you? You will pardon me if occasionally I use some scriptures, because it's just me. You can't divorce me from my spirituality. I'm sorry. I'll try and limit the instances. But what I'm saying is, 1 Corinthians told us so. It says, those that compare themselves with themselves, they are not wise. So we're all distinct individuals with strength, with certain abilities, and certain peculiarities. What I found more prevailing is student A comparing himself or herself with student B. I used to have some colleagues, they never seem to sit down and read. They come to class, they'll listen, and that's all. And when it comes to exam, they will give back to the lecturer word for word. And over time we realize some people do really have magnetic brains. They listen once, they never seem to forget. We're not made the same. Do you understand? So when you now try to compare yourself with such individuals and say, after all, student B is always playing around, so let me play around with that student B. We realize such ones all through the day after lecture, they're just playing around. They're just walking, they're just playing football, they're just jesting. If you follow them and you are not in their category, you're going to be in trouble. I don't know if you understand. So you need to understand yourself. And the way you can understand your level of assimilation is when you read a book, maybe you read a chapter in a book, and you finish reading, you cover the book, and you get your writing materials, and you try and recollect, what is it that I have read? Do you understand? You have read a chapter, you cover, and without making reference, you try and recollect, what is it that I have read? And you write, and you write, and you write. And when you finish, you look at what you have written, compare it to what is in that chapter, and you ask yourself, what percentage of understanding and ability to recollect have I demonstrated? For some, it will be 10%. For some, it will be 40%. For some, it will be 50%. For some, it will be 80%. You know, this is recollecting almost immediately after reading. Do you understand? It's different from recollecting a month down the line, or 2 months down the line, or 6 months down the line. Do you get it? You then begin to understand yourself. The other angle of understanding yourself, when your aspiration and desire and prayer is to have good grades, is then to see, where's my best time to study? We are so different. What's my best time? I thank God for those who used to be in sea never dry. I go there occasionally by 12, 1, I'm off, or 11, because I soon realized that me, Feyi Adepoju, if I sit down to read, the maximum time I can understand, I can assimilate, I can concentrate, span is not more than 2 hours if I stretch it. After 1 hour, 1 hour, 30 minutes, that ability begins to go down. By 2 hours, if I want to stay on because C is still staying on, I'm simply wasting my time. I will need to go off, do something else. Sleep, pray, eat, stroll, and then I come back again. That was me. But I have friends who can sit down from 8 a.m. till 10 p.m. if you allow them. They're reading. They don't seem to get tired. And they seem to be understanding. That is who they are. I don't know if you understand. So who are you? What's your best time? I also realize if I read very early in the morning, oh my God, that passage of that book is in trouble. I read you, I wake up 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. and I just read you between that time, after my prayer time, and read it till about 6, 7, 8. Oh, you can't take it away from me quickly. But there are some people that at night, it's at night they are at their best. It's at night that they are at their what? Their best. So you need to understand yourself. Because we're not made the same way. And sometimes when you have that good understanding, you then seem to be flying. You won't understand. You just seem to be like, what's happening? It's because you are operating at your best. Do you get it? So, last 2 months ago, I went to do an exam for doctors in Lagos, and I had a colleague, she's also a prof, and I was impressed. We finished exam, several parts, part 1, part 2 student, and then we'll get to the hotel around 8, and that's when she will sit down. And she will do all her work till 11, then she'll go and sleep. I said, I envy you, prof, because we're sharing one hotel. I can't do that, even now. When I'm tired, 8 p.m., better go and sleep. And when I wake up, it may be in the middle of the night, and I can do my work. So you need to understand who you are, for you to be able to maximize the potentials that is in you. Some can read lying on the bed, and they put their book like this. And maybe they are understanding. Do you understand? But I've soon learned that the best way to read and understand for me, and some of you may be in my category, as I read, I make jottings. I just write. I'm reading, I'm jotting. reading, I'm summarizing. And so most times, by the time exam is around the corner, a textbook that may be as big as this that I need is part of my syllabus. I may, by the help of God, have summarized it, and it's not up to like 10 or 15 pages of this. Summary. It's different from the normal jotting, you just read. As you jot and read, and then you summarize. And that's like I won't let you have that. Because you may not even understand the language and what I have jotted there. But so when the exam is closed and I look at it, one line brings back to my memory almost like a chapter in a book. The way you write it depends on how you're writing it. It just refreshes your mind. Your brain, your eye sees it and says, oh yes. So there. Do you get it? So if you know yourself, you can't read just lying down. Read in the way that you think you will get a maximum understanding. But I feel most people, if you read and you jot, you're likely to have a better retention. Because that's the way our brain works. Have you asked yourself, why do we have all the senses? The sense of hearing, the sense of seeing. Do you understand? There's a reason why God made it like that. And I saw that as we're growing up with the navigators, that even to read the scriptures, you need to hear the scriptures, you need to read the scriptures, you need to study, you need to memorize, and you need to meditate. Those 5 things are applicable to any of your studies. Did you get that? You hear as your teacher speaks, and many of us, when teacher speaks, we're not listening, we're not focusing, we're not paying attention. And I tell you why I know many people don't pay attention. First, they come very late for class, and then they sit at the very back space. For me, those group of students are not serious. Even Yoruba says, well, would you need Orowa? You sit where you can see the lecturer. Because sometimes the facial expression says volume. When I was in school, I know some of my lecturers, they won't tell you this is a very important part that may come in exam. But a smart student, when you look at their facial expression, you can almost guess that this is going to be an exam. I don't know if you understand. That cannot come if you're not paying attention, if you're not asking questions, if you're not listening. Some of us will be playing with our phone. Thank God we didn't have phone at our time. For many, I plead with you, if you really want to solve hard, when you're going to class, leave your phone behind at home. Do you get that? Ever. You know, you can say or leave your phone behind. We're not going to die without this phone. And the people who made this phone, they're not using it the way we are using it, unfortunately. Some of us were so addicted to it. Even when the lecture is going on, you're busy playing on your phone. You know, there are spiritual things. I learned that in the church. One of my fathers in the Lord taught me that. If you don't have respect to your minister, if you don't listen, if you don't honor them, their life may not bless you, no matter how powerful the messages are. So it's the same thing. If you hate your teacher, if you don't like that teacher, if you're not listening to that, because if you're not listening, it's a dishonor to that teacher. Do you understand? It's like if you're not listening to me, it's a dishonor to me. I came all the way. And you're not listening. And you're busy watching a film on the phone. Or you're busy texting and chatting. Not things that are emergent, but just things. That's an evil you are doing to yourself. So just try it out in the next 1 month. Make up your mind to be very early in class. Sit right in the front where you can get a space. Pay rapt attention. ask questions. If your teacher asks you questions, if you know it, say it confidently. If you don't know it, say it confidently. Or say something. For me as a medical teacher, there are a group of students in exam. We do oral exam, we do clinical exam. There are students that my default setting is to assist them. And I'll tell you why. If I see a student who is always in class, who's always attending tutorials, I see a student I've managed cases with, they were there, I celebrate those students. I will do anything to ensure that they don't fail. I'm not going to give them free marks, but I'm going to assist them. Because they've been there. And I like students who do not want to become doctors by correspondence. So, but if you think you can sit at home and cram all the cramming, and you come for exam, I've never seen you in my class. Anyone can sit down and cram a day or two, and you may just, exam, long time I realized you pass exam, not because you're very brilliant, but because you please the examiners. And you must be praying about that. Or because the examiner asked you what you knew. And that's the G factor. You can't take off the G factor. Because everybody can read so many things. And there will be someone in this room who have just read, out of that exam questions, 2 or 3 questions. Not because I was expo. I hope none of you will be part of that. It's not acceptable. They just read it yesterday. They just read it early in the morning as they are coming. And then they put it there and then you shine and you think it's because you are very brilliant. Of course you are brilliant because some people, even if you give them the answer sheet, they have not trained their brain to be able to read the answer and then recollect and write it down. But where am I going? Apply yourself. If you are a student, please be a student. It's for a limited time. There will be enough time to do any other things. Do you understand? So it calls for sacrifice. Be there. Be participatory. And if you want to really be above, prepare ahead before the lecture. Do you understand? Many of us have times table, we have syllables, so you know what the teacher is going to talk about. Sometimes you have that privilege. You know the topic, right? Yes. Or you don't. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't look at me like Lucozade. If you're going to be above, you can go to study, read, either you understand it or not, before that lecture. You know what it does to you? When the words are coming, it's not fresh in your brain cells. Your brain says, you heard that yesterday, you read that, even though you don't understand. Can you now listen and understand? Or your brain says, when you saw this yesterday, you don't know what it is, and the teacher have spoken, and yet I don't know what it is. It helps you to be able to have a question and say, sir, please, can you explain this? So aspire to prepare ahead of your lectures. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. When I went for masters in 2008 in University of London, I saw another concept that was strange to me. The teacher will give you a topic. She has given lectures, she's given a number of some reading materials, and say, go and write and submit. And I was doing it the normal way I used to do it. I read all the things you asked me to read, I write, I submit. And the first time I got a B in one, and somebody got an A+. The chap is from, I think, Australia. So I was interested. So I met the teacher. Sir, I got a B. But I realized somebody got an A+, and that A+ was 105 over 100. It was the first time I was hearing that kind of concept. We don't do it in Nigeria. Do you get it? We're talking about people who want so hard. So I went and said, I sincerely just want to know. And he said, I gave you 10 reading materials. And this person answered the questions using the 10 reading materials where appropriate, but also added 5 other related reading materials. And that's why she got a 105 over 100. That taught me a great lesson. And that also brought to my mind the scripture that our sister shared. David knew more than his lecturer. So the concept is, some of us are still struggling to finish the syllabus. I hope you are not part of those people. Still struggling. A syllabus is meant to be finished back to the front, not once, maybe twice or 3 times, depending on your, I explained the issue of individual capability. So that would determine how far you have to go in preparation. I don't know where I got some few things. I think God was just very faithful to me. In secondary school, when we were preparing, I was doing physics and biology. And those books at that time, I don't know if it's still the same, we have questions at the back. I know physics used to have questions at the back. So read all the physics chapters, and after each, I'll go and answer the questions at the back. We still have books like that. In ophthalmology, we have a book like that, Kansky. So Kansky, after each chapter, have a question at the back. Amazingly, you also have answers to the objective. Can you imagine? At the back. So right from that time, all the questions in that physics textbook, God helped me to answer all of them. And I submitted to the teachers to mark. Do you know when WAEC came? Some of those questions were lifted from there. The truth is, questions will not come from heaven. Do you understand? Where are they generated? Here on earth. And they're somewhere already. They're somewhere. So I borrowed that when I was doing my part 1 preparation with the help of God. Kansky, and that also shocked me. I read, Kansky had 14 chapters. I read chapter 1, I go and answer the question. And I will get like 35%. Because I told you he has the answer there. And I will be questioning that book. You didn't write this answer in the book. Because I didn't see it. Or I saw it. I didn't take notes of it. I will be surprised when I go back and read the second time and answer the same chapter. I'll get 65. And then I see what I said was not there. Oh, it was really there in between the lines. Do you understand? There are certain things in between the line that you will never get just by, some of us can. We just scan the book. So before that part 1, I'm not saying that was the only thing that made me pass and got best prize. Because that shared something and I don't want you to forget. And my husband will understand that experience. At part 1, I first went for the part 1 West African College of Surgeon exam in Ibadan. And I did very well in almost all the exams. In fact, the coordinator was from Ghana. And when the result was going to be placed, everybody would run to go and check their result on the board. That's the way it used to be. I was rushing to get there. And the man said, you did very well. I'm sure you're one of our best students in this exam. I said, yes, I hope so. But somebody was telling me maybe in my short case that I didn't pass. That time there used to be veto marks. You know what veto marks is? When somebody gives you a veto mark, whatever it is you have done in that exam, you cannot pass it. So the challenges you are facing is not only now, it's been there. I'm talking about 1998 or 1999, something like that, for my part 1. So truly, as I got to the board and looked, the best mark you can get in medicine, because of the closed marking system, and we're still fighting against the closed marking system, is 13 or 14. So I saw 13 in 1, 13 in 1, and then in short case, 8. 8 is a veto mark. That means I failed the exam. Looked at the results. So I went back to my hotel. I locked the door. I cried my little cry. So if you have a moment where you need to cry, please cry. When I finished crying the little cry, I said, God of heaven, peradventure I made an error that is grievous, and I did not know. Will you be kind enough to let me see it? But peradventure, if woman, I won't mention her name, she's retired now, failed me for any other reason. National exam is 3 weeks from now. It's the same level, part 1, part 1. You know, we're doing the 2 colleges together. National, the same part 1, is 3 weeks. I said, Father, I do not want her to be in that exam. Don't want her to be sick. Don't want her dead. But she should not be in that exam. That was the only prayer that came to my mind. I wiped my face. I went home to meet my loving husband. Your dear failed you. So when I went to Lagos 3 weeks down the line for the same exam, immediately I went to start the exam. I asked the people in Lagos in youth, I said, where is Professor? I won't mention her. And they said, she's not coming for this exam. I said, thank you, Jesus. That same exam, I not only passed, I got the best national prize in that same exam. So don't discountenance what Daddy has said. And my lecture is not just to say that's the only thing you should focus on. You need to be in tune and in line with God. We need to be very sensitive. We need to be examining and querying whatever situation we are in. We need to be finding out why. Why? And like the sister said, objectively asking why. You can't deceive yourself. If you know you have not prepared well enough, admit. Accept. And do it differently. Do you understand? So where I stop is to say, know your syllabus. Attempt to finish your syllabus 2-3 times. Still have some good time. That's your goal. Sometimes when you don't have a plan and you don't know what you are looking at, that's what makes you go around doing some other things. Do you understand? Going to parties. I don't say don't go to parties. Occasionally you have to. That's why some of you, church after church, service after service. Service finishes at 1. You are still gisting and talking there until about 3 or 4. Is anyone in the house doing that? Immediately you go back. Go back and face your study. Face your book. Don't go to Facebook. That's an enlightened note. So, you need to know what is it that is entailed. Sometimes when we don't know, and each time, don't think because they are old you know. When I was doing residency, and I was doing a lecturer to become a professor, there are certain things I didn't know in academics. So I was writing papers, and I was trying to send it out to international journals. And then, of course, they will be very nice. They say, sorry, we're now on molecular level, so we cannot accept this publication. Of course, my tires will be deflated. One day I went and met a senior doctor, a senior prof. I said, sir, I'm having this issue. I have to publish, do research, publish. I'm finding it difficult to publish. And there are a number of publications you must have before you can move from lecturer 1 to senior lecturer, associate prof, and a professor. So he sat me down. I said, let me see some of the works. I showed him. So let me see where you are sending them to. He said, no. Between lecturer 1 and senior lecturer, you do not need international publications. That was then. You only need national publications. That was a magic. Do you get it? So I sent all the papers that I have already to national publishing houses. And within a space of a year, from only 1 article published, I had 10 others published in 1 year. So the angle of mentorship, the angle of identifying if you have a problem and who is it that can be of help to you is very key. If I had not met him, I would still be struggling. I would still be sending the paper to where they tell you, sorry, this is what we were publishing 30 years ago. You know, Nigeria, we're a little backward. Sorry, we're going to be moving forward now. So ask questions. Ask your teachers things you don't understand. Ask him, what's the way? What do you want us to do? What do you want me to know? Some of us, if you're lucky and you're surrounded with same mind, people who are going somewhere, because if you have people surrounding you that are not going anywhere, they've already arrived at their destinations. You know, people who are going nowhere, they've already arrived. But when you surround yourself with people who are going somewhere, I found it useful in our time to have discussion times. And that gave me a lot of mileage. So 4 or 5 of you, your discussion team. Sir, can you read this topic? Ma, this is your own topic. This is yours, this is yours, this is mine. And we're meeting so time, so day for our discussion. You know, sir, you have to read your own topic, because that's the commitment of the group. And I also know I should try and read your own topic. So what that does to me is, either I like it or not, I have a target to read these 5 topics. So when you are speaking to us, I'll be telling you some of the things I read that maybe you have not spoken about. The same thing these people will be doing. And you are using that to improve your own writings. Okay? And we do the same. If you have like-minded, not people that will be drawing us back, not people that when you gather to make discussion, you are then taking a topic of gossip and you have used 2 hours to do that. So, you know, most of it, if we get close to our scriptures, we will learn several things that will be of help. It says 1 will chase 1,000, 2 will chase how many? 10,000. That is a geometric progression. It's not arithmetic. Do you understand? It's not arithmetic. And I was trying to explain the geometrical angle to it. 1, there's something pushing me to say, sit down and read these topics within the next 1 week, because there's going to be a discussion on it. There's something pushing me to say, you must be able to improve your group by your own private study. And then when we come together, within a space of 2 hours, it's as if I have read all the 5 topics and have better understanding than if I wanted to read it by myself. Do we understand? Yes. And of course, you must make sure the people in your group are people who are smarter than you. If there are 5, can you look at 2, 3 people that are smarter than you? Don't form a group that you are the best, because you just want to be shining, and then you go and put people together, and then you say, no, that's not the intention. The intention is to improve one another. One other thing I seem helpful is to have a target at the beginning. Thank God for some who are in 100 level. Can I see your hand? Yeah. What is your aspiration? If they say scholar, what GP will constitute a scholar position? Depend from poly and university. Some university 4.5 and above GP is what constitutes a scholar. I think some have brought it to 4 now, so maybe 3.5. But you need to know. For medicine, we didn't used to have that kind of grade, but you of course know something that will be used to classify people. So, what is your aspiration? Can you set a target for yourself and make it high? Do you understand? Say, I'm coming out of this course with a 1st class. It's not a sin. And you are saying that from 100 level. And if you like yourself, you will writing it down somewhere where you can see it. Apology, I keep saying, because you know when something runs your life, there's no way you won't keep making reference to it. I make reference to Habakkuk too. It says, write the vision down, make it plain, so that those who run, those who see it, will run with it. What are you seeing? What grades are you seeing yourself come out with? You write it. Each morning you see it, and you remind yourself, this is my goal. There are certain things I cannot go do today, because this is my goal. Do you understand? Many enter university without aspiration, no goal. I'm just here, I'm just here. I hope none of you will leave from today. It's not too late to start anywhere. You just sit down, you pray, and make a decision. What's my target? What's my goal? And like I said, don't start from year 1 and say, let me just come out with 3rd class. It's message here. No. You can't write that. Because you're an excellent being. Everybody sitting here this morning are excellent beings. You have so much investment from your creator. If you know how many neural cells God has put in your brain, how many, who knows, how many millions of cells are in our brain? Anybody? Even the anatomists are not resting their hands. Millions! Because the eyeball itself, the nerve in the eyeball has more than 2 million cells. Can you imagine the amount of investment? That's an investment. That's why we must make good proof of it. So please, I beg you, go back, write what is it you are hoping to come out. That's what they call vision. And you then begin to see the end from the beginning. It helps your composure. It helps how you carry yourself. It helps in your choice of friends. It helps in your choice of timing, of what to do and what not to do. Do we understand? Shagbo? Okay, Shagba. Alright. Please let me know when I have less than 15 minutes. The last time you said maybe I had 30 minutes. I hope I read it very well. I was in very well classes. Now, one other thing I want us to do, so that's talking about mindset. We must want to develop an excellent mindset. I'm excited when our coordinator, you know, the anchor people of this program, so that's what they want to do. We must leave it with an excellent mindset. Do you understand? The mindset that says, I can be better than what I am today. There's no one in this room cannot be better than what they are today. And I'm very serious about it. I can be better. I can make it. I can be among the first 5. I can be among the first 2. I can come out with the first class. If you say you can, then you can. Do you understand? So have that mindset. And I said, second one, you must have a very clear goal. You set a very clear goal. You make it very clear. You make it very clear. If you know the marks that comes as first class, you put it there. You know, some students have related, we did not know that even in year 1, you have failed some grades. Even if your GP run and come in among first class, you can't come out as first class again. How many of us know that? Yeah. Some of us don't know that it's easier to get very good GP, 100 level, 200 level. How many of you know? It's easy. Once the GP is low at 100 level, 200 level, it's always almost so difficult. I don't want to use the word impossible to build it. Because the higher you go, it's not the cooler one. That's generally for most courses. 100 level is going to be like, you know, the Bible says, you know, they're just like, okay, you're welcome. You know, you're just in here, just don't feel too bad. It's not so hot as you're going. So aim to have 5.0 as a GP and struggle to maintain it, rather than there's a low GP and you're struggling to increase it. That would be really difficult. Like I said, it's not impossible. All right, thank you. So very clearly in your mind, and you work towards it. It means from the day 1 is when the work begins. Many of us, and I used to run into that error, even till now. Last minute. When exam is down a week or 2, then that's when you realize you have exam. When is the time that students should realize they have exam? First day, the beginning of exam. Because there's not going to be exam. True or false? It's already there. You can't evade it. You can't escape it. And that's when you start planning. That's when you start praying. I had certain experiences that I'll share in my part 1 in MBBS. And I told you one of the reasons. And then I didn't even know that was the reason. Close to exam, because of stress, and because of hypoglycemia. How many of you know what they call hypoglycemia? My blood sugar level was low. No food. I didn't know it can affect me. I didn't know. So we're supposed to have an exam. And at the exam, the oral exam, external examiners will come. And they were asking me questions. And I was looking like donkey. And they were worried because the teachers have said, that's our best student. And they were asking questions. And I was like, and then they said, okay, no, relax. We don't want you to be stressed. You know, it's just a simple thing we're asking you. What we are asking is it. I was blank. So the teachers didn't know what to do. The examiner said, oh, sorry, lecturer, you said he's your best student, but you were all here. And then they said, Feyi, what is happening? Talk! Talk suddenly was not cheap. So you prepare with the mind that we don't pray for it. Close to exam, some people get sick. If you have not been prepared, well, what is going to happen? So truly I failed that physiology, that year one. But eventually I got the best prize. But I'm saying that don't walk as if you have everything under you are in control. So prepare from day one. You will always be better off if anything peradventure happens. So, and then the rest is story. When I gave my life to Christ, I was still hunger, but it was better to handle. Daddy says some of these things. And another time, close to exam, I was sick. That time I didn't know a combination of stress, a combination of you don't have enough store of food and good food. You know, food too, vitamin too will not even be there. So close to the exam, I was very sick. And I said, Father, don't let that time I was already a Christian. I said, don't let what happened, don't let it happen again, Father. I was managing to read a little bit. Then I had an experience that showed the angle of God. The exam was tomorrow. I haven't been able to read much because for 2 weeks I've been on the down. So I was just praying. I said to God, just help me with the sit down one I have to. Then as I slept, I don't believe in dreams. Dreams are good, when the mind wanders. So it wasn't a dream. Something speak to my mind and say, can you read the anatomy of the palm? I looked around thinking somebody was speaking and I didn't find anybody. So I gathered the little strength I had. I took out the book. I've read it before, I told you. And then just read it again. And then something else came to my mind. I can't remember what that was. And another thing came to my mind. I told you I was sick, so the only energy I had was just to be able to see. And I wasn't sure what was bringing those things to my head. And then in the morning of the exam, we sat to the exam like this. And then they gave us question paper. And the first question, the anatomy of the hand. And the second question was that other thing. And I said, now Feyi, I think you are beginning to hallucinate. You know the meaning of hallucination? Because I haven't had God help me like that before. I said, this must be hallucination, where you are thinking something is... And about 3 out of 5 questions were just that. Serious. So I wrote and shined there, they would think I was very brilliant. So don't eliminate the angle of God. That's what I'm just saying. When you need help, you will send help. But we must do our part. When you have set your goal, you must have a roadmap and the strategy you want to use. Every action, every plan must have a strategy. I don't know if you get me. I know the scripture says the horse is prepared for battle, but victory is of the Lord. But what's your own preparation? What's your plan? If I'm going to cook egusi soup, for instance, I'm a married woman, I cook. Won't I have a plan on how I want to cook the egusi soup? I wanted to come to Osogbo. We had a plan. Initially, Daddy said, we'll get a driver to take you. And then suddenly he said, oh, there's public holiday, then I can take you. There's a plan. There's a plan as to what time will you leave in Soaring that will enable us to get here at the right time. So life is about planning. So when you fail to plan, you have planned to fail. But a man after planning his work must then do what? Work his plan. So it's not just enough to have a plan. You have to work according to your plan. For instance, in your plan, if you have looked at your syllabus and you say every day I have to read 2 chapters of this particular book, that's your plan. If I go on at this rate, I'm going to finish this book in 1 month. The day you omit, for any reason, then you know you have to pay back. I don't know if you get me. That's what a plan does. Life is about planning. How? And then from your master plan, you bring out your weekly and your daily plan. You must have a daily pursuit. When we live our life, we sleep, we wake up, and we're just moving as you are directed by your spirit. And most times our spirit is not directing us well. Your spirit directs you to eat, sleep, talk, gist. Do you know, if you're like me, that's the thing my body likes to do. But your written down plan says, get up. You are supposed to be doing this at this time. So please have a roadmap and have a strategy. And evaluate, is it working? You don't wait till the end of year 5 to know that if what you're planning is working or it's not working. The Lord will give all of us understanding. We need to balance every area of our life and not emphasize one at the detriment of the other. It's about balancing our lives. Sorry, I keep using medical school. I know in medical school, we're not privileged to attend many birthdays. We're not privileged to attend many weddings. Because you just look at the sheer magnitude of what you have to do. Then you cover in some other ways, if you can. Of course, we don't have the privilege to have holidays all the time. It depends on the magnitude of the... But if you don't know, and then you commit yourself to attending any birthday, every naming, every wedding, you may not be able to. I don't know if you understand. When I went to Zaria for part of my residency training, my sister was living like 5 minutes walk to the hospital. But when I got to Zaria, I left my husband with 2 children. That time we had 2 young girls. So I got to Kaduna and looked at myself and said, if I stay with my sister, fantastic sister, the same one who used to borrow money to send me to school, I would just be like part of the family again. If she's going to market, I have to follow her. They are doing this. I said, Feyi, is that what you have come to do? In London to Kaduna. So I met my HOD, Professor Pam. I said, ma, can I move in to this VIP ward? I see there are not many patients have been admitted there. She looked at me. She said, you have a senior sister? I said, yes. She lives just here. I said, yes. Why will you want to move to the ward? I said, that's what I want, if you allow me. She struggled with that. I said, please. I'm supposed to be here for 1 year. I want to just focus. Life is about what? Focusing. Focus. There will be distractions, but you try and focus. So she allowed me. My sister, of course, did not like it. I explained to her. Let me just be here. I didn't know it was going to pay off in any way. After 3 months, they were supposed to sign people for part 1 exam. And the HOD said, I cannot sign any people here without signing you. I said, no, I'm not yet. I'm supposed to stay 6 months before they sign the form. He said, bring your form, I want to sign. Because by 7 a.m., I'm already in the ward. By 8:30, if it's clinic starting, I'm inside the hospital already. Some of these things pays off. Do you understand? But I just thought there would be too much distraction. I want to do what they're doing. I want to go to market. She's my senior sister, she cannot be cooking, and I will be sitting down and say I'm reading. So we must just discipline ourselves and ensure that we try to balance our lives. If you have programs, when we were in school, I had people very energetic, very brilliant people, very active people, and they were always put in different groups, different committees. If you balance it well, it may be okay for you. If you don't, those things will take too much of your time. The same thing in secondary school. Most prefects, I don't know if it could happen in your own place, most prefects they are brilliant, but they never come out with blueprints. Why? They do not have the ability to focus. Luckily, I was head girl in primary school and secondary school. Oh, God help me. To focus, to balance, to know that that position is not really where I'm in school. Ayaba, you know what they say is Ayaba? It's not the primary focus. 1 or 2 more things so that we can take questions. I've talked about being steps ahead in your preparation. In anything in life, you must be steps ahead. Steps ahead in the preparation. Proper preparations will prevent poor performance, irrespective of your makeup or your challenge or your gifting or the otherwise. If there is proper preparation, it will prevent poor performance. It will make you better. It may not make you the best, but it will make you better. That I am very sure. And I've seen several write-ups that say, if only you dedicate at least an hour or 2 hours of your day fully to any course. It could be football preparation, it could be running, it could be skipping, it could be writing, it could be singing, it could be your academics. You have 2 hours each day fully dedicated to it. Studies have proven that you will excel there. Give it a try. You know, some of these things you just want to put it to test. I want to see if it works. You'll be happy you did. 2 full hours each day, no distraction. Even if it's your scriptures, you say, 1 hour every day, no distraction, I want to study. Suddenly you begin to shine. So if you see most athletes, one time I was reading about Serena Williams. At that time I think she was pregnant. Every day, unfailingly, every day, she would practice 4 hours. No competition coming. Every day. And when there are competition coming, she doubles it to 8 hours. Every what? Day. So, I like to read bibliography. I like to read books. And that's what I also want to encourage us to do. Don't just read books limited to your discipline. Do you understand? There's a way that books give you big heads. You know, sharpens your instincts and your brain cells. So try and read wide. You will see some of these things. Look at the life of people that have achieved certain things. They don't have 2 heads. That's my belief. If you issue of God, you have God. If you don't have good relationship with Him, now we're encouraging you to have. So you also have that privilege. So the other things are just things that are in my own capacity that I should do. So read about them. You have a student doing very well. Move close, study, ask questions. There's no harm. Do you understand? I can always be better if I ask or look into the life of people that have gone ahead. And if they are sincere enough to share certain things. Because God is not a respecter of person. What He has done for A, He will do for B. The major challenge we have in having good grades is sometimes we see people, we don't see their scars, we don't see their preparations, we don't see what they have gone through, what they are doing. We're only seeing the shining stars. I don't know if you get it. And oftentimes what we see on the outside may not always be what is on the ground. One day I read something about Madame Teresa, and then people, after she's passed on, some people entered where she lived, and then they looked at her wall. And there was this writing she had on her wall. And that gave me understanding what was making her tick. What was it that she was... There must be something that makes some people excel, true or false. That's the truth. Nothing grows out of nothing. And on that wall, she wrote something like, you help people they may not appreciate, still help them. You do something they may not shake any can still. If you read those writings, you will understand. Okay, so this was what was pushing this woman. This was the blood tonic. This was the kind of secret that was making her tick. I don't know if you get it. Every great figures have those kind of secret things that makes, even those in the scriptures. You look at David and you begin to see some of the secret things. You say, oh, even when he was having challenges, he said, 7 times a day will I wake up and praise God. You won't see him praising God, but he's telling you the secret. So it's left for you to pick it and work with it. I've talked about having professional and academic mentors in your area of discipline. I've talked about honoring and respecting senior colleagues, your teachers, and your lecturers. I've talked about you making up your mind to have a breakthrough. Like the story I saw in the scripture, I'm not going to share that because my time I should begin to run up. I told you I've read several books in time past. Some of those books have made tremendous impact in my life. I'm going to share a little bit of one. It says, It's the Frog. How many of you have read that book? Oh, fantastic book. It's the Frog. The summary of that book and the way it helped me. It says each day you will have several things you have to do. Some of them are difficult and dirty. Some of them you are not likely to want to do them. He says you should do those ones first. Early in the morning when you wake up. So when you have like 10 frogs to eat, some are tiny like this, when you swallow them, they're like small tablet, you won't even know you swallowed a frog. And then you have one that is big, like it's very ugly. You know how frogs can be all big. He says early morning, pick that big frog. Close your eye, eat it. Swallow it. Put water on top. And say it can never be worse than this today. I love that book. It talks about us putting our activities into class A, B, C, D, E. You know, many of us, what we do, the group E is the one we focus with when we are at the maximum of our strength. You know, the group E, the things that if you don't do anything about it, it's not going to have any negative impact on you. It's not adding anything meaningful to your life. And that's the group E. And that's what many of us will spend our time to do. So that by the time he's getting to C, you are tired. B, the real cocoa, you won't touch it. So you find many students majoring in minor things rather than majoring in major things. Read books, but one of them is that I just told you. Hit the Frog. I love the book. It made a lot of impact in my own life. It made a lot of impact. Another illustration somebody gave was, if you have to put big stone and small stone and sand, which one should you pour into your bucket first? I love the illustration. If you put the big stone and you put the next side, there will always be room for the sand. Do you understand? So those are the delicate things, like making a call, making a gist. You do that when you're already tired of reading, you know. You don't need more energy and struggle to even do that. After all, that's what you love to do. When you are finished eating the mathematics calculations and all of those funny equations for the day. So do the hardest work first. Delay gratification. I'm appealing to students, let's delay gratification. Gratification will always come. That's basic. When you finish, you have good grades, gratification will come. You feel satisfied. You feel fulfilled. And then you can then focus. Like I used to tell my kids, the time will come. You may even watch TV for 5 hours out of 7 hours. Nobody will even query you. After all, there's even nothing for you to do again. We are getting close to that time. When you retire, hello. Watch, nobody will stop you. So let's delay gratification. Let's sacrifice for the things that matter. Let's pursue professional and personal development. It's a pursuit. And when I say pursue, what I really mean is, let's say you're having a struggle with a particular subject. There are certain subjects that are the rate limiting steps. For every course, there are 1 or 2 subjects that are rate limiting. Once you have a breakthrough in that course, every other thing will be like a roller coaster. I don't know if you understand. It will just come easy. Okay, let me share like this. Let's say you are in arts. If you have a very good grasp of English and understanding, virtually every other subject you are going to do becomes easy. Do you understand? If it's literature, it's English that they will use to write the literature. If it's accounts, it's English. So if you are struggling with English, and it's a major area where you have a problem, go and address it. If you are in science, physics, and all of that, and you're struggling with maths, focus on it, attack it until it subjects himself to you. You know, subjects can become subjects to you. Yeah. When they see you, they say, yes, ma'am. When they see you, they say, yes, ma'am. So you attack that course, you say, I'm going to subdue you until you say, yes, ma'am, to me. When the subjects see you coming, they tremble. You say, hey, that should be your goal. You must be adaptable and never give up. If you're struggling, don't give up. It's not over until it's over. Don't give up. Don't get tired. Don't say, I've tried, it's not working, so I'm going to leave it. No. Quitters never win. Winners never what? Quit. Another mindset I want to leave with you, if you cannot do great things, you can do small things in a great way. Do you understand? That's what Martin Luther said. If you cannot do great things, you can do small things in a great way. Excellence is the result of caring more than other things is wise, is risking more than other things is safe, is dreaming more than other things is practical, is expecting more than other things is possible. That's what Old Ham said. You must always pray to your Creator and your Lord to help you in attaining academic excellence. I've seen that work. You have a subject that is difficult, you don't understand. You can ask God for understanding. You know, understanding is a spirit. Excellence is a spirit. How many of you know that excellence is a spirit? So you can pray and say, God, give me the spirit of excellence. You pray. And when you pray, the Lord answers. You understand? When you pray, the Lord answers. He sends help. So pray. And the last scripture I have here, permit me again, in James 1:5, it says, if any of you lack wisdom, let him ask. Let him ask. Ask the Lord. Ask your senior colleagues. Ask. Let him ask. Don't keep your mouth shut. Let him ask. And let him ask of God that gives what? Liberally. He gives in plenteous manner. That's what God can do. So I'm going to stop there so that we can have a little time to take some questions. But I submit that with God, with you doing what is expected of you, soaring high is actually His program and plan for our lives. Everyone that God created, He has created you to do what? To excel and to soar high. So don't take any other thing from the devil. Don't say, I'm not able, I'm not endowed. That's not correct. Remember that story of that young boy, Gideon? He didn't know that he had so much investment in his life. So he was joining the multitude to be afraid and be running and be hiding. So when the angel came and said, you mighty man, you said, who are you talking about here? So the same way everyone sitting here today, we're mighty, we're great, we have great minds, we have great potentials. We just need to follow Him and ensure that we do what is correct. And the good Lord will bless every one of us. I'd like to see all of us in great and high places in some years to come, very few years to come. So I'm staring at your faces very well, so that when I see you, I'll recognize you. So that when I hear where you are, I can come in and say, please, can I see so. You say, we don't know you. I say, just tell him, he doesn't know me, but I'm just one of the people. I just want to see him. Because the Lord will take all of you to high places. And so shall it be. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's time for questions and answers. If you have any questions? Any questions?
Thank you very much for the delivery and the teaching. I'm very much fed. Your things are full. Thank you so much for the insights and the practical wisdom you've shared with us. Please, I just have two questions that I'd like you to share insights on. Number one is on issues of students having feedback about maybe their performance in an exam. For Nigerian system, it's often difficult. You failed an exam, you often don't know why you failed an exam. So I want you to share insight on how students can go about that. Okay, I didn't do well in this exam. How can I know where my weaknesses are so that I can work on it for subsequent exam? Then the second question I wanted to ask, man, is from your track record, man, definitely God has really helped you, invested a lot in academics. Can you share one or two examples with us about how academic excellence opened doors for you? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, a number of things are probably wrong in our academic system, in our educational system. There's no doubt about it. One of the key things wrong is the fact that, and I'm also guilty, we teach theories. We're not focusing attention on the practical application of what you're being taught. The onus is on all of us to keep looking at each thing that you are taught in the light of that. Because it pains my heart, somebody's going to do any kind of engineering, you come out and you're looking for an enslaving, tight time job. It's annoying. Do you understand? The things you have been taught, you should be able to come to a point that you can make something out of what you're taught and make a name for yourself. And that should be the goal. Another thing that is faulty is the ability not to have a feedback. But you see, when you've had a rapport, a kind of relationship with your teacher, some of us, I do that. If I know you, if you don't do well in anything, even before you ask me, I may likely see you and say, what happened to you? This is not what you were supposed to do. Many of us don't also ask. You can go and ask. You're not going to ask in the light of, so why did you fail me? I don't think I should fail. No. But it's like in humility and saying, oh, sir, I really don't know what I've done wrong. Can you just let me know where I have missed it? I just want to learn. So it depends on how you present yourself. I'd like you to get an answer. The challenge sometimes when somebody has 4,000 script or 3,000 script and you're asking that I bring out your script from a heap, that may be difficult. Do you understand? So, but sometimes when you ask, you can get. One thing I love doing before exam, I know some teachers are overworked. You answer some questions, you submit to your teachers to help you assess and mark. Some teachers will be good enough to do that, and I love to do it. And I love my student that does that. So you just see a question, you write, you submit, and says, sir, can you help me mark? Can you help me? So that you can get an insight of the way this person is expecting you to answer. But that will also get a good response if you have actually demonstrated to be a very good student. If you're a student that will not come round, I don't see you, or half of the time you are sitting at the back and you can't bring a question to answer, and I have a long script to back before, I may not say a yes to you. So we have that challenge, and it's something we need to be able to do. The other thing that we miss out is greatly the ability to assess the lecturer. Our educational system also lacks that. In many developed countries, it's a routine. So as I'm giving a lecture, I don't have to be told. There are ghost students in the class. There are some students that are in your university. They are not there to collect a certificate. They are there working for the institution. You won't know. They have a matric number. They come for the exam. They come for the lecture. Their primary assignment is to assess the lecturer. And they give the feedback to the management. And your ability to continue to take that course or to work is dependent on the outcome of their review. So even the teachers are on their toes to do what is correct. And oftentimes after lecture, they pass around an assessment where you're going to assess the depth of the lecture, did you understand, or did you understand, and all of that. So I agree there's so many things still wrong. I hope we'll get it right very soon. But on individual level, we can always try to find out what we have done wrong. And sometimes when you finish exam, you go and do a post-exam review for yourself. Look at the question, read around it. You have an idea how well you have done, because you also want to improve the next time. But as I said, it's in your preparation that you should be assessing yourself, how likely you are going to do well, by trying to answer some questions and going back to make a review of the answers that you have done. I've had several open doors, and I must say that. But one that came readily to mind, in 2006, I thought to myself, let me go and do a diploma, because I was already a consultant. I think I was a senior lecturer in South Africa. So I looked for the money and then sent myself. It was supposed to be a 2-month program for a diploma in community ophthalmology. And we had several people from several countries. And we had lecturers from UK, from several places. I just feel that whenever I want, if I'm not going to do something, I won't do it. That's me. If I commit myself to do something, I want to do it well. And I'm praying that God will help some of you to take on that post. It's easy for me to say I'm not going to do this if I don't think I want to do it. I've had several groups ask me, join, I said, please, I can't join. Your group is very fine. I like your vision, but I can't add you to what I'm doing. Rather than join, and I'm not doing well. So I don't know how well I was doing, but I think one of the main lecturer, I didn't know she was from UK, took a particular interest in me from the program, because that program every week we do a test. Every week we do a test, and I was doing well. So when we're about rounding up, her name is Daksha Patel. She then said, Feyi, I love the way you did so well in this program. Will you want to come and do a master in UK for 1 year? Masters in community ophthalmology or public health ophthalmology. So I laughed. I said, I'm not interested again. I've done too much enough, John. Leave my house for 1 year. Again, I don't have the money for masters in UK. And I'm not planning to look for money. Because I knew that University of London is a very highly competitive place. And the cost fee that time was £14,000, cost fee, minus other things. So she said, but I want you to think about it. I said, and then we just talked, and then we parted ways. So thereafter, she would send me some form and say, sign, no. One day, 2-3 weeks, 4 weeks later, she sent me a form to sign for her application to go for that master. So I told Daddy, I said, this is actually, I told Daddy I don't have money and I'm not going to look for money. So I signed the form, and after a month, they sent me an admission letter. So I wrote, I said, Doctor, I've seen your handle, you know, like in Yoruba kind of word. But I told you, I don't have money, and I'm not planning to look for money. I know you have a hand in this master that just came, just like that. And she didn't reply. And between April and July, she would send a form and say, sign this form. I won't read the form, I'll just sign. Let her leave me, I'll send it back. So at the end of July, she wrote me a letter and said, now you have a scholarship totaling £28,000 to cover your tuition fee, your travel Nigeria to UK 2-3 times, a living expense. A living expense that was enough to carry on my family to UK. And 1 year accommodation and everything paid. And she said, so now what is your excuse? So I wrote back to say, you caught me. No excuse. And the rest is history. So that was one instance where I felt that there's so many other opportunities. Like when I finished in Zaria, and that Zaria one, let me make a disclosure, honestly. Even the one in secondary school, I wasn't reading to come out as best student. It never crossed my mind. That's the truth. So many of the theories I'm bringing out, some of them may be in retrospect. You know, that's the way the world behaves. When you do something, you don't know what to because you now begin to make theory out of it. So it wasn't as if I was preparing or studying with that. I just love to do. I know when I was growing up, my mommy, I told her she wasn't educated. She wasn't rich, but very wonderful. Typically when I will read until sleep carry me away. So I will read until the book will fall on my chest. When she entered the room, she would say, oh, Omoyi. She would take the book and put it down. That was just me. I just love to read. I just love to apply myself. So I wasn't thinking, and then with the background I shared with you, I wasn't thinking I would be among those that can come out top. For instance, in secondary school, 135 naira school fees for a term, I almost became a dropout. And then I became a day student when I had an auntie to house me in Ijago, in Ofa, and I would walk to school in Ijago and come back. So that background, I wasn't thinking I could be a person. I mean, I had people who had scholarship. You know, when you study in Zaria, you have people from other states, this same country, that have scholarship. They are even actually on salary while they are in medical school. And here is yours truly, struggling to have food. That time when we cook and you have meat, my meat used to be Maggie size, you know. Maggie size? Yeah, I used to eat meat, but it's Maggie size. So I wasn't thinking. And because for medical school, like I said, there are no grades. So there's nothing like GP. You just know you did the exam, you passed. So you don't really know, there's nothing to tell you how well you're doing amongst your colleagues until the final exam, when they now will collect results. And surprisingly, that time you finish the exam in the morning, the final paper, usually results will come out by afternoon. They'll paste it. And usually sponge show, which is the induction, will take place in the evening of the same day. Yes, that's the way it used to be. So it's only when you all now sit there and they say the best final year medical student in 1991 are your in their grace. And then yours truly came out, I was like, how did they share the thing? And then you are going back, they say don't go back, and all the prices. So that opened some doors for me. Of course, some of the doors I didn't use it because there's a group, women in Nigeria. They love to have female ONG surgeons. You know, in the north, they want their obstetrician to be females. So immediately after Sponge Show, they came and said, please do ONG. We'll pay all your tuitions. Everything. Just agree and do ONG. And I had some of my lecturers. There's one professor who sat there. He wasn't a professor. He brought all the books for ONG and gave them to me. But I returned the books to him with an apology. And I said no to the women in Nigeria because I thought ONG wasn't going to give me the chance to do some of the crazy things I love to do. ONG in Zaria used to be very terrible. You know, you can be in the hospital 72 hours. Emergencies like every patrol. So I looked at what I wanted to do in the ministry and family, and I thought ONG wasn't going to align with my person. So, and then surgery to wanted me to do is general surgery because I got the best price, and they had offers, all manner of offers. So I've had excellence open door. I've had excellence open several doors. It may not be doors in terms of Naira and Koho, like some of you might be interested in, but I've had several doors open. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Question? All right then.
Thank you very much, Ma. I've gained a lot. So to my question, Ma, did you hold any office in fellowship during your undergraduate days? What's your advice to students who are leaders in fellowship and religious organization?
Yes, thank you. I was talking to us about balancing because, like I said, in primary school, one way or the other, I had leadership entrusted on me. In fact, when I look back, when I was in primary school, I didn't share that part of my life. I actually went through 6 primary schools before I finished in year 6 because my father died when I was about 10 months old, and my mother was very poor, not educated. So we're like always being thrown from one place to the other. So I know clearly I attended 6 primary schools. So when my final primary school was in Igosu, where I'm from, I entered the second term in primary 5, and then we finished in primary 6. So I was never thinking I'll be picked to be a head girl. So I was a head girl in primary school. Secondary school, I was also a head girl, even though I became a day student in year 2. And in that school, the law is once you are not a boarding house student, you cannot be a head girl. And I was a head girl. But in the university, I was in the fellowship. I had several positions, leaders of Sisters Fellowship. I was in choir for many years. I loved to sing. It's this man that didn't allow me to sing and took me to drama. And I'm grateful to God. So I had several leadership positions. Sometimes some of them I say, no, I don't think I have capacity to take on, and there are more. So definitely once you have leadership quality and things like that, you will have different, the bottom line is to keep your focus. Is to keep your focus. I keep asking yourself, why am I here? Why am I here? And it boils down to your timing and your planning. And that's why I knew when I was talking about people who will go for fellowship, and after fellowship, the hours of fellowship after fellowship is beyond the fellowship hours. And should not be. So if we have the understanding that the scripture says, whatever you do, do it as unto God. So if I'm leader of a fellowship, and if I'm reading and excelling academic, it's all unto God. That's bottom line. There's none that supersede the other. Your service to learn and be best in what you're doing and help humanity is a service to God. So don't feel disappointed or feel angry that, like now as a doctor, sometimes you go to work on Sunday, there are emergencies. That understanding that either I'm in church praying or I'm in the hospital treating and caring the patient, I'm serving God. And there's no denial about it. So we shouldn't be carried away with that office. We should assign our time. That's why I say you can't wake up each day without having a plan. This is the number of hours that I must reach today. Particularly for those who love God. Because when you say you love God, you are serving God, and you are failing, you are bringing disgrace to the name of God. And again, if you understand, and I understood that very, very early, that if you are a child of God, there are certain things you cannot be involved in that already have put you in quote in some form of disadvantage. It's not really a disadvantage, but it's the understanding that helps you to know this is what I must do. I know as a child of God, I cannot seek for expo, I cannot bribe a lecturer to give me questions. I cannot, there's so many things I cannot do. And the same thing we tell our children. We can't go and put you in a school where they will ask us to pay money for exam. You can't study in Ilorin, we don't go and take you to a school in a village. You know we won't do that. So if you know you won't do this, what is it that you must be doing? We can't exchange something for nothing. Do you understand? So that is what should drive us to put in our best. Do you understand? So I'll do what I'm supposed to do as an assignment. Immediately after that, I'll run. If you call me as a one day, this is my reading time. This is my reading time. If in a day I'm supposed to read for 2 hours, and for whatever reason as emergency in service I couldn't, it's 1 hour. I know that tomorrow I have a debt to pay. I have to pay myself. I shouldn't keep paying everybody and be owing myself. So every one of you, pay yourself. Even in terms of money, pay yourself. Do you understand? Instead of paying and you have not paid anything to yourself. That was what Rich Dad Poor Dad taught me. You pay yourself. So there's something you owe yourself. You owe yourself certain hours of self-development. Fulfill that hour. And fulfill the hours for other people. And fulfill the hours for God. The tithe. So I have an understanding that my 24 hours, I owe God a tithe, 10%. 24 hours, what is the percent of 10%? So, unlimited. Shouldn't be more than that in a day now. So that the other times. So it's about planning, it's about prioritizing, and it's about saying no to some things. And I shared that. There are so many things you will have to say no to, painfully for that matter. I mean, it's good to have friends, it's good to go to all their birthdays, it's good to visit them, but painfully, something have to give way for something. And you must be looking at, okay, so what can give way at each time of our life? So I had several leadership positions. So now I still do, but it's about prioritizing. It's about helping God to say each day, what have I done today? What have I left out? How do I make up? So makeup is not about testing. Some of us are always doing makeup tests. Makeup is about time you have lost in not reading. Makeup is about time you have lost in not preparing. Makeup is about time you have not done relating to your family. You keep doing a makeup, So again, if you are a leader and they now start calling you everywhere, because you are doing, you must learn to say no when it becomes necessary. I used to have some students like that. If I almost was getting depressed, one day she came and said, "I'm not here." I said, "See, if you are not here, life will continue. The fellowship will not die." Hello. So when people begin to eulogize you and say, if you don't take up this position, nobody else will do. It's a lie. If you fail and they drive you, somebody else will take it off. So you must know when you have reached your limit and be able to nicely say, no, not now. Let someone else do this. And you'll be shocked. The people that they think cannot do it, they come up and do it better than you. So let's not feel that we are the only one that can do it. If you have taken your maximum, depending on your strength, just say no. They may be disappointed, but you can't be disappointing yourself because you want to please every other person. But even in the role you have agreed, you must be sure and clear. What is my role? What is my responsibility? Anything extra, if you cannot afford it, you say, please, I can't afford it. It's not only affording in times of money. The only thing many of us know how to say we can't afford is when it comes to spending. But you can say, I cannot afford the time. I cannot afford this in terms of responsibility. So there's so many things you can afford and you cannot afford, and be clear with your mind and say it nicely. I'll be glad that you said no.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you very much. We'll just take 2 more questions. Yes, please. Go ahead.
My question is this. Based on gender equality, it's all that God has allowed to attain. How were you able from the rising up to this time able to balance this issue of gender equality to this? Because that's like she's a female and stuff like that. And up to this point, and then you are still able to stand. And then my second question, I think you've answered, and that's how are you able to establish and engage the kingdom mandate in worshiping?
The second one, what did you say?
How you were able to establish and engage the kingdom mandate in doing what you heard.
Thankfully, she answered the second question, so she just answered the first one. Then we'll have another question. Thank you.
All right, I know the system we're in, there's a whole lot of female, male, it's okay. There's so many things you can't do about the culture or the environment, depending on the time where you're privileged to be born. So, but the important thing is to know who you are in God. I think that's one key thing. But I've got to know over time, and it's scripture-based, that I'm a woman, and the fact that I'm a woman means that I'm first a man, and then I have a womb. So I'm a two-component person. I'm a man with an addition, and the addition is the womb. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I also do understand when the scripture says that God created them, male and female, created He them. So I have that understanding when God says, let us make man in our image. So I know that that man that God created is me, because He said, and He created male and female, created He them. So I am in that equation of man when God says, let us create man in our image. I'm in the equation when He says, let him or them dominate, multiply, be fruitful. I am in that circle. I'm in the circle when He says, and He breath. So I have the breath of God. So you must just understand who you are. And that's the way I carry myself. I'll give everybody their due respect. You know what I mean? And I try to over-respect everybody. It's intentional. But you can't step on me because you think I'm a female, because I'm going to put you where exactly you belong. So I think every female just first need to understand who they are in God. And you move and live your life with that understanding. The second component is early enough for us to know what is it that is gender-based and what is it that is sex-based. Many times we mix those two things. There are sex roles, and those roles are very limited. Sex roles, I have to carry baby in my womb, I have to breastfeed. Those are sex roles. Do you understand? Every other assigned role is culturally based. Do you understand? It's culture that assigned it, and it can always change, and can always be challenged. I don't know if you get me. So many things we're calling gender roles, they're assigned, and can be reassigned. That's what I believe. And so for us, male and female, we should not surcharge ourselves thinking this is female role. There's no female role, no male role. There's sex role. I don't know if you get it. So let's think about cooking, chef. In this part of the world, we think females should cook. But generally, the best chef all over the world are males. True or false?
True.
And nobody cooks with their genitalia, for crying out loud. You cook with your hands. You cook with your brain. Because I've seen several men that will have been fantastic chefs, but the culture and the environment have locked them out of God's gifting. And they are drifting away, not finding their own existence. So there are some roles that could be challenged. You don't lead because you are a female or male. You lead if God has given you leadership qualities. And that's the truth. And severally, you are not in army because you are a man. A man can carry a gun, a female can carry a gun. It becomes of how we have trained people. You understand how we have trained people. And we have seen in our lifetime great women that are great warriors, even in Nigeria. I mean, I don't here. Do you understand? So we cannot confuse what culture assigned to what our makeup is assigning us to do. So I, by heaven's mercy, understood that well enough. But I want to plead with women. And I thank God there are so many ladies in the house. One thing that keeps pushing me is, I don't want the work I'm doing to suffer because I'm a woman. I don't want people to say, Sheba Sophie, you don't give her that position, she will mess it up. It's a lot of commitment and work. We are made differently. I know people suffer different menstrual cycle issues compared to others. But can a woman grip her mind and say, whatever it is I'm going? I knew of a person I told you I used to do the book. There's a president of the United States who had an illness. I don't even know what that illness is. Every day when he's moving around, there's somebody carrying a box behind him. And drugs, always saying, yeah, don't break out, don't break out. Do you understand? So what I'm saying is, women should encourage themselves. If you want to think of menstrual pains, menstrual flow, pregnancy, childbirth, if you don't grip yourself, you will lose out in many areas. I used to have a staff. I sacked her one day, and I was very glad sacking her. A young lady, very nice. She got pregnant. Got pregnant while she was working with me. She had her first child. We were very happy. We all celebrated. Not up to a year, she was pregnant. She got another child. So I called her and said, Mama, now. Now do family planning. Your baby is not yet well strong. You also have not recovered. You were pregnant, you got 3 months maternity leave. You came back, it's not up to 6 months, you are working, you are going again. Do you understand? And then shortly one day I came back after she returned from the second baby. I said, yeah, Chelsea, this sicky, what? Don't tell me she's fine. After 2-3 months, because this thing cannot be hidden. She was pregnant again. I said, no, you go to your husband's house. You are not fit to work. So we must know that we have some peculiarities and responsibilities, but we shouldn't allow those peculiarities to destroy our responsibility as much as possible. So sometimes we ask God for strength. I was not so lucky. All my residency, I was either pregnant or I have a 2-week-old baby. In fact, the last born one was a very serious one. I was supposed to have, my EDD was the 9th, I'll be 7th, and the exam was 9th, my final year exam, fellowship. So me and my husband, we decided, okay, let me go for induction, because my tummy will always be like this. So he agreed, we went for induction. I didn't know that induction can be painful. I saw when. So we gave birth on the 7th. Early morning of the 9th, we traveled to Lagos. He's a very fantastic man. Please appreciate him. One day and a half old baby, we traveled to Lagos for fellowship exam, part 2. And the Lord helped me, I passed. So when we go back home, we say, I name it. They say, which name? When did you give back? So it may not be easy, but we shouldn't allow our natural sex roles to interfere too much in our activities. Not just for our sake alone, for the sake of the other women. So that's why I told the young girls, if you mess it up, if you take this small excuse and you, my women just happen, I don't know in that issue, you won't go to work. Because you are pregnant, the first 3 months, you are useless to that organization. The last 3 months of the pregnancy, you are useless to that organization. Then you take 3 months maternity leave. Thank God they didn't change it to 6 months. That would have been the end of women in organizations. Because even me, I will employ you. So we need to live with that understanding that our work should not suffer because we're women. It takes a lot of dedication and strength. The other angle is, we have many paths. We're into drama ministry, I'm a doctor, I'm a lecturer, always trying to see to me. And I said to myself several years, but it may not be easy. But can I get to a point that no one person can say, it's because you are in the drama ministry that your work in the teaching hospital is suffering? Can I walk to a point that say, if you look at how many surgeries any consultants have done in this department, I cannot be second, I'll be number 1 in terms of number. So those are deliberate things. And with God on your side, it just gives you the strength. It gives you the enablement. It sees your heart cry and your heart desire, and it gives you the wherewithal. It gives you the strength. It gives you the wisdom. It gives you the understanding. Today is not about how we're balancing, because there's so many things God taught me over time. Even as civil servant many years back, it's up to 15, 20 years, I've always had a personal secretary. I'm not very rich, but I just know if I must put all of these parts together and do well, I'm not a superwoman. I need help. I need people that can come in and make my life easier. And that has made tremendous impact in my own life so that I can focus on my academics, I can do my research, I can do, you know, I can't do all of it alone. So you can help. Some paid, some unpaid, in different mixtures. And if you are blessed with wonderful partners like I am, and have wonderful children, you know, God gives you peace on the home front. These are key things that makes you make so much impact within the ambience of the time that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. One last question.
Okay, what is the importance of me being a lone ranger, like not being in friendship with anybody throughout my school? Does it have the advantage, does it have disadvantage to that? That's one. Then number two is relationship when you get to school. Because I've always had a mindset of not being relationship. But let us not assume that someone comes to me and was like, brother, something I saw with you. There's a vision. Is it really important for me to just leave out? Or I have to, like, I need reason about that. Then the last one I also ask is, I'm actually aspiring to be a nursing in a lawyer actually, and I'm very grateful that you're also so I want you to really help me. That's one of my questions. Is there no like book in the library that you have to read, that you have to be borrowing book from your friends, or the book that you needed was not in the library? What the school is not even having in the library. So
Thank you so much.
All right. So very briefly, you don't have to be a lone ranger. I know some of us are introverts, some are extroverts, you know, that kind of thing. But I think everybody needs a friend. The numbers may differ, you know. But everybody needs someone they can talk to. So you don't have to just be alone, except you have a special reason to take that path. You must have friends, but you need to pick your friends. That's the only thing. You know, you have to be selective in your friends. You can't select your parents, you can select your friends. And they must be friends that have the same vision, the same passion. People who are going in the same direction, you know. People who fear God, if you fear God, you know. People who love God, if you love God. Because the Bible says, can two agree, or can two work together except they agree? So, relationship, yes. Because as we're different, at different times, God will bring your path, along your path, your life partner. So don't close your eye and say, I'm a student. So it can't be now. You can't say that, you know. But we shouldn't allow relationship to destroy our aspirations. Relationship should actually improve us and make us better. But if you're not thinking about marriage yet and you think it's going to be a distraction, and me, I don't believe in dating. You just keep dating and say you're trying to age. For children of God, I don't think it's part of our calling. But if God brings along your path someone you think this is the person God is talking about, please don't say until I finish school. It may be late. Do you understand? It may be late. So there's always an appointed time, and then you are in friendship. You don't go into sin, you help each other to make progress, and you wait for the appropriate time and you can get married. Particularly for young girls, don't say I'm in medical school, want to think about the doctor. Any brother comes, you say, not now. You can't do like that, because when you now say you are ready, that person might have walked away. Do you get it? But there's a way we can put all of that together and it will not affect us negatively, you know, as much as possible. So get into a relationship if you are led. If you are not led, stay. Library, that time, that's what I'm saying, the challenges had always been there. We didn't have a strong library. I'm sure most universities now still don't have good library. The best library I've walked into was in UK. What's the name of it? I've forgotten. It's actually the best university in the whole world. It has about 8 million books. Yes. But many universities, in my own time, we didn't have books. And we didn't have books for medical school. And some of the few books there were very old, outdated books. I don't know if much have changed now, But that time, that was the scenario. There were no books. If there were maybe one, and that one, you don't even know whose hand is going to be. Somebody takes it and will not just return. Or sometimes the few one, when they return, they are taking some sheets. They tear it. They read it so much that some pages will disappear. You know, so we didn't have. If it is now that some schools have, of course, you can then apply yourself to go into the book. The other challenge we had is most times that library data, they will close around 4. Our medical students were always still having lectures till 5 or 6. So by evening, when you want to even think, it will not be there. And it's not now that you have so many electronic books. It was not available at that time. You know, so that was the setting. Well, it may be different now. It may be different now. The beauty of then, which I don't know if you have now, is that you can find sheets of paper everywhere. Good, neat sheets of paper that people will just throw away carelessly. Maybe now it's not there, so you are missing out on that. So I could pick all of those sheets of paper and make use of them. Because maybe people have abundance and they can just leave some things, you know, just thrown around. So peculiarities of different times will just play out. Just to look at what is available, what is not available, and how can you cover for what is not available, I think is the key. Now you have so many databases, you have so many schools online that can even have their own books, you know, publishers, PDFs, and all of those things, electronic libraries, and all of that. But most of our libraries today are still, we don't have current, because current books are very expensive, really.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. One thing I like is every time she's talking, she's trying to recall a particular event. She looked at her husband's face. She always look at her husband's face. Because of that, they're going to give me a few minutes to bless us, to talk to us. So I'd like to welcome Reverend Feyi Adepoju. Please talk to us.
Thank you very much. I must say that I'm glad to be here today. Actually, I don't know what what is going to be our responsibility for today. But I just feel there is public holiday and I have the time, so let us come together. And when we came in, I saw the speaker talking about excellence, and I tried to look at the hall and the number of people, and something tells me this is the best fitting. You know why? Excellence is not for crowd. It's not for a crowd. It's for few people. Because when you give a class to a set of people, when you look at failure, it can be little. When you look at pass, that will be more. Average, you still have a little more. But when it comes to excellence, 75 upward, you see 1, 2, or 3 people. So I want to believe that those people that are here, God has brought us here so that we can be in that class. And it is my prayer that we all get there in Jesus' name. Amen. And the best thing you can do for yourself is to take note of all what you have heard today from the beginning to the end. And take note of it, see how you can run with it. And just like my wife said, in a few years' time to come, when we come to your office, we have to sign before we receive. And we get there in Jesus' name.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for coming yet again. We'll move on to the next session. We're calling Dr. Feyi Adepoju to move us forward. Let's give him a round of applause.
Mommy and Daddy, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. We want to award Mommy now. Can 2 guys help me to carry this thing out of this place, please? Mommy, please, you can stand. Today, in the Vital and Virtuous program, which is installing and installing the pillars. This is a Vital and Virtuous Award presented to Professor Feyi Adepoju for your immense contribution to the academics of Nigerian tertiary institution students. presented by Fragrant Stars Foundation at the Soaring Scholar Summit today. Thank you. Daddy, you can join us too.
Okay.
Broccoli. Daddy should come and stay with me. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
I want to thank sincerely the Vital and Virtues for this beautiful award. But I'd like to dedicate this award to my darling husband. And I'll tell you why. If you, not very many men will support their wives to attain God's plan and purpose. And I'm talking from experience. But I'm blessed with a husband who want the very best for me at all time from day one. I told you we've been friends for 40 years. We've been married for 30 years. He's always pushing me. But sometimes I think he pushes too much. Some years back when some university groups started talking about fellowship, PhD and all that, I got home that day, I told my husband, after all the fellowship, several years of fellowship, they are trying to say clinical lecturers must also have PhD. I know some of you must know about that fight. And we felt very strongly that the fellowship, which we spent close to 6 years to get, or 7 years, is more comprehensive and related, and have dissertation and thesis as part of it, is superior to PhD. Yes. But that fight is on. I don't think it's ever going to stop. And then I got on one day and I said, fellowship PhD, come on. I said, this man. So I wanted to please celebrate for me, Reverend Mark. Very loving and very caring. He has not for one day stopped my progress. And I pray that every man in the house here today would do the same for their wife.
Thank you so much, ma. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, members of the high table. I believe we had a great time in the just concluded session. Yes, if not for time, I would have sampled us and asked each and every one. I mean, just sample the number of people to tell us what we learned. But I want to believe that that was a very, very, very rare opportunity to meet somebody like Professor Feyi Adepoju, to share our life, our experience, and that which has brought her to the high place where God has made her to be operating academically as a national figure today. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. Can we give mommy a round of applause for today? I want to ask us a question. If we are invited for Soaring Scholar Summit next year, how many people will not come? No, don't say because I'm standing in front. Just be sincere. Are you going to attend this summit next time? Has it been a beautiful and transforming experience? I want you to give yourself a round of applause. So thank you so much. Thanks for your patience. We are sorry that you have delayed us. We have something little for us as a little menu that is on the way. And I believe, the host and hostesses will serve us drinks and water now, pending the time that we'll have the snacks that is coming. It's just snacks. This kind of conference, you should be registered with some money.
Yes, ma'am.
Who is with me on this table? No, this table has good legs. It's not shaking. Are you with me? Okay. It's because Osogbo is a developing city and town, and of course, we have to also move into the city because we are more interested in impacting people than we are interested in making money. But I know that if this kind of summit is done in the university where I graduated, even if they say it's done in the other town, you will use your transport fare, you will still go and register with your money, and we register for a number of meetings like that has helped some of us to get the exposure that we have to do something like this. So if the organization has put this up, number one, at no cost, and with little incentive, like something that can flow down our throats, I think we should clap for the organization. Beautiful. So we really want to thank Mommy again. Thank you, Mommy, on behalf of Fragrant Stars Foundation, the board of trustees, the executives, the leaders of the organization, every member of the staff, every volunteer, vital ambassadors, and so many serving the local organization and for this auspicious event. I want to say thank you so much, Ma. I didn't know she would take as much time as this because she's going back to Kwara State. Can you imagine? And she has come all the way from there, and she's still going back. Though we're making plans for her to stay over at Lodja, but she said because of her itinerary, which we all understand, she has to go back. So imagine the stress that she has come through. And she's tried to answer almost every question that we all had. I want you to give her a round of applause. So there's a part of this event that I called the Mic Pitch. I talked about leaders representing faculties. And like I said, the alarming rate of academic apathy and mediocrity amongst Nigerian higher institution students. The former topic was who is to blame, the students or the Nigerian education system. So, but we felt there should be something more. That would be part of what they will present. But we don't want it to end in a question. Do you understand? So we put up a part of the program that we call the My Pitch. It's a think tank. It's a form of think tank, where the leaders of the faculties are supposed to come. And this is the way the program, this session will go. It's an ideation to solution approach. What do I mean by ideation? There's a research question, there's a research problem. What is the research problem? Okay, I should say this was, like when Women was talking about the fellowship the other time, we envisage that soon, this program will be beyond just an academic summit. It will be a scientific conference. Yeah, that's actually the plan of Soaring Scholars Summit. Can we give us a round of applause? It's supposed to be a scientific conference, especially in our Yacht Challenge. They are undergoing researches across tertiary institutions, and we hope that the organization began to enter into the dimension of researching this year. So we want to trust that we'll be able to publish papers in reputable international journals. So that was the way we would have launched out. But when we studied that there's a root problem, and the vital and virtuous is that the theme of the motto of vital and virtuous is installing and reinstalling the pillars. Because the organization stands on 7 pillars. We have godliness, character, leadership, charity, mentorship, we have education. So those are the 7 pillars. So we felt before we can just move in and start building, okay, let's do research, scientific conference, we saw that there's a problem in which students are apathetic to academics. So should we just start to make research and scientific conferences when we have not actually addressed the apathy and mediocrity in academics? So that's why this particular meeting is not taking the form of a research or scientific conference, but for leaders of faculties, departments, heads of clubs, associations, departmental presidents that got the proposal for Vital and Virtuous, that 12-page proposal that some of us saw. The plan is that we will gather here and it will be a scientific conference. But we have to first address the foundational issue. So it will be something like that soonest. So that is why we want to actually operate at a realm that is just more than just doing debate. So we call it something like a manifesto debate. At least in a term that will sound to resonate with students. And what we want to do here is that it's an ideation to solution approach. What do I mean by ideation? So I go back to where I was. There is a research problem. This year, for instance, what is the research problem? The problem that we research after reaching out to over 15 campus leaders, especially student union governments, through whom we could reach the school, and some of our campus ambassadors. The responses we got when we wanted to invade the institutions through academics was poor. While we noticed that their responses to other things, that seemingly entertainment and other things, were high. And even from some of the researches we believe. So that means our research problem this year is why is there academic apathy and mediocrity amongst Nigerian tertiary institution students? Are we together? So the ideation part is that the people that will be speaking will start from there. They will tell us in a passion-provoking way, in a research-inclined way, in a scientifically and statistically proven way, in a way that shows that they are burdened as leaders about academics, what they have seen as the burden of academic apathy and the causes that they think are relatable that you and I can relate with as they begin to deliver. So that's the ideation part. Of course, you can check other things like their grammar, like their appearance and composure and their gesticulation, but those ones carry like 2 marks. Because there's something higher, we are going somewhere. Are you with me, ma? So the other things I mentioned, the research part, how inclined, how statistically proven, how much they themselves are passionate about the topic they are talking about as leaders, they really show they are passionate. Those ones are 15 marks each. So at the end of the day, we have 100 marks. Because I may not come back once they want to start to explain the mind of the session again. So we now move to the solution part. So that's ideation. Normally they should present with laptops. It should be like an hackathon. Do you understand? So they should present with laptops. They design a model of solution to these problems that they have already presented, so that we will not leave them with the question that is it the government, is it the class rep, and at the end of the day we all go not knowing the problem. And we go back to African mentality where it's easy to pass the buck. We have not solved the problem. So that is why they will move us from ideation to solution. So they must give solutions that are practically applicable in the setting of Nigerian higher institution. Of course, they can borrow models from John Hopkins University, no problem. But before you can borrow John Hopkins, remember the 200 level guy or girl who goes to night class with a pen, with a torchlight. Because the light in Nigeria is poor. Are you with me? Remember the students whose pocket money is 2,000 monthly. So as they begin to bring their solutions also, want to be sure that they are practical, even though they might borrow things from other clients, but they must be practical. Normally we reach out to 6 faculties in the school. The Osogbo has 2 colleges and 6 faculties. But like I said, it's still this apathy. The responses were, as long as it was academics, a lot of people did not want to face it. You understand? And we wanted to go through leaders because we believe that what flows from up down is very significant. Am I correct? If your class rep is very academically enthusiastic, once you bring lecturers to class every time, you are loafing around and not having something to do. Is that not the picture? And you almost be begging the guy that please let's rest a bit. And he has gone again and said exam is next, test is next week. Workaholics. I just had to use that extreme example. But sometimes these leaders themselves are not representative of the academic zeal that we are talking about. So we decided to go through the leaders of the 6 faculties. So we got to know that the university is having election and changing leadership. It would have been best to bring those who are coming in. So that it will be their own manifesto that, okay, how do you want to solve the problem of academic apathy? At the time we were trying to also have 6 faculties, but the responses we got from some of the faculties were a bit weak. So this morning, I think basic sciences or so, is it Basa now, called and said, okay, he won't be around, but there's somebody representing him. But up to now, I didn't even see. The person called me, but I've not even seen. Because I don't know if the representative of the Basa faculty president is in the house. Basa, is it basic science? Basa, thank you. The basic science, is there any representative? So what we are thinking to do is that, because I think we have only the clinical sciences, and I don't want this meeting to look like it's a medical student program. Of course, most of the organizers are people in health, doctors, pharmacists, medical lab, but we also have lawyers, we have people outside the country. It's not just for medical people. So he is ready for his own presentation, but this is what I think we should do. Is there anybody that is in the faculty of basic sciences? Don't let it be now that there is nobody again. There has been somebody. Anybody from the basic sciences? Okay, so you are the representative of that faculty. Don't worry, it's not a contest that we are trying to say this person did more than this person. We are just pushing up ourselves. And it will be an encouragement because you can stand before a crowd and present something that for you it will be like an impromptu speech. but we're not going to judge you down that you didn't do well. So she, when it's time, she's going to be the one representing the Faculty of Basic Sciences to present to us what problems have you seen in academics. Are you with me? What do you think are the causes? Give us reasons why you think these are the causes. Do you understand? What are the experiences you have? And all that. So, but the judges will tell us more. They will read what is on their scoreboard. My chief judge is here. That is Mrs. Omolola Ogunjuben. She will read at the scoreboard for us so that we will know what they want to mark on. And then you now provide solutions. Alright, which other faculty? FABAMSA, Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences. Who is in the Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences? Anybody? Physiology, anatomy, biochemistry, and the like. You are there. So you represent that faculty. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. So you'll be representing that faculty. So the judges will get their scoreboard. Which other faculty? We have environmental faculty. Is there anybody from URP building? I think those are the things there. Is there anybody from the Faculty of Environmental faculty? Not sure. Anybody? Alright, then we have engineering. That's the faculty whose venue we should have used in the school post for the challenges we have. Is there anybody from Faculty of Engineering? Please. Anybody? Please now. Be from the Faculty of Engineering now. Anybody? Somebody's raising a hand. Okay, which other faculty? So I've mentioned FACSA, FABAMSA, FABASA, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Health Sciences. Okay, is that Faculty of... Okay, Health Sciences. Is that FABAMSA? Basic Sciences. I'm not talking of college, I'm talking of the faculties. We have Faculty of Clinical Sciences, Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences. I'm not asking it.
We have Basic Clinical Sciences.
Okay, that's Basic Clinical Sciences. So is there anybody from Basic Clinical Sciences? Is there any faculty I've not called? Okay, Computing Sciences. I think there's a new faculty now. Computing Sciences. Is there any faculty I've not called? Please let me know. Okay, is there anybody I've not called? Okay, so please, can all the people that are representative stand up now? My brother in yellow, you are representing what now? FABAMSA. No, you are not coming out yet. You are not coming out yet. Just stand up where you are. Faculty of Clinical Sciences. And then there is a lady at the back. I think it's good. I think it's good. Now, okay, should I now put it out? But if we put it out, who are they representing? Like some other students? Maybe during before the parallel session, if any other person has something to say, we might just have some gifts for some other people, 1, 2, 3 persons. But for the benefit of being interfaculty, we might want to leave those 3 people to be the ones. So when you get to, please tell the other members of your faculty that don't have representative, that we want them to be more academically inclined next time. But I know the change of venue also caused a lot of things. So that's the next session we'll be entering. But before we go into that, there's somebody who wants to make a presentation. You know, I told you that we also brought a number of things. Entertainment is also part, you know. So after it's done, the band will give us some more songs on education before we start the contest. But somebody wants to present a form of a poetic presentation. I'm a poet. How many people know? Those of us that know will know. I'm a poet, and that's why it does not mean that we cannot do other things. I write, I publish works in poetry works anyway, locally and internationally. I do a lot of writing. I'm also a managing editor for a number of organizations. I run a publishing firm, and I write poetry, stories, and all of those things. So I believe that it's also a very important aspect, literature, and people are becoming Nobel laureates, you know, all those things. So it's also both academic and entertainment, like a blend of the two. So what does he want to present? It could have just been a spoken word presentation, but we don't want it to be. How many people have heard of a Jeremiah? Who has heard of a Jeremiah? You know, you are in this kind of meeting to also get exposure beyond what you know in the confine of your school. Anybody heard of a Jeremiah? Of course, the presenter is the only one who has heard of a Jeremiah. A Jeremiah is like an oral or written presentation that lament about the degraded state of a particular thing or aspect of life and cries for how broken or degraded that thing is. So what you'll be presenting is a poetic academic jeremiad. Hope that's not too technical. So it's a jeremiad, but it's an academic jeremiad, meaning that it wants to lament about the state of apathy and mediocrity among Nigerian higher institutions to it. But it will be doing it poetically. So it's a poetic academic jeremiad, and it will be presenting it on around, I don't know its topic, but it's presenting it around the degradation and the deterioration amidst Nigerian higher institutions today. So that from there we now move to the context. So I'll be inviting no other person but the artistic Abogunrin Simeon. Can you come forward? Artistic doctor. You know there's a textbook we use in medicine called Frank Letters. Frank Letters is an atlas of medicine. And the person is a surgeon and is a fine artist. Most medical students can survive without Frank Letters. So he is a serious artist and is also a medical doctor. Many of us here have artistic potentials. Like me, I was able to build my writing skills in medical school, and I even get paid through writing. I'm a freelance writer. Yes. So sometimes before salary comes, you know, I write for clients outside the country, and I want to thank my husband for supporting me, just like mommy said. So I want to encourage us. Yours may be music. It might be an instrument. Mommy is a drama, multi-talented drama artist. So I want you to all us to look into us too. We have something that we can also do. So he will be presenting a poetic academic jeremiad. He will tell us the title and then make the presentation. After which we will continue. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, distinguished audience. My name is Simeon, and from the stables of Clement Simeon Box Poetry, I'll be giving a poetic academic jeremiad on the decay of the fabric of education. The decay in the fabric of education. That's where my academic jeremiad is centering around. Clement Simeon Box is my pseudonym, my pen name in poetry. Okay. Oh fabric, can you hear me? Oh fabric of education, smeared in power with the stains of doom, blotched with the pigments of intellectual fraud, inspiring not everyone with a sense of boom, because we all feel that this scam is hot. Every father wants his son to go further by trying to further his journey of academic ladder. In this deplorable condition of a weak academic ladder, despite the prayers of mothers, some daughters still murder themselves when expectations aren't met, because they feel that on their cap is added no feather. Well, that's a story for another. This is going to be, I'm carrying everyone along, and it's going to be both offhand and written. The academic scenery is saturated with intellectual hubris, and this is of a great detriment to our environment. The applicability of the knowledge is exactly what we need. So, not doing this, the outsiders call us men. Dignitaries in the varying fields of knowledge have failed to instill the wisdom of the rule of thumb in us. That's why over others on an international scale, we have no edge. Eventually, our wound from learning over time festers and gives a stale pulse. Antiquated are the materials that we have access to. That's why amongst the consortium of intelligentsias globally, we are regarded as a feudal lobe. In an ever-advancing age of technology, we find ourselves, could you still believe that we still devise and adopt antediluvian learning techniques? Because we have failed to imbibe the modern and latest educational revolutionary ethics. suffeited with old content, our mentors and tutors, and under whose auspices we have been fed, and under whose tutelage we have been spoon-fed with non-applicable concepts. For in this generation, there are some facts, figures, ideas, and ideologies that no longer stand true. We need a detour. Because for the betterment of this our garments, this assertion, earlier we realize we accept it. Refresher courses we need. These I have come to plead. We can't continue. We can continue improving our knowledge, seed, and feed because we are no longer a kid. So arise, O compatriots. I'm trying so much hard not to sound rude, mean, and dissuasive of the educational system. But still, I know we can rise because we all have brains. So, let's advance our brainchild of intellectual STEM. Lives of some students, unfortunately, have been smashed into horrendous smithereens. And because of that, they are unable to gather up their momentum. Because the environment all around is so toxic to our cerebral veins. So there is our thirst for knowledge hunger. Suicide all around among students. I guess we know the source. Perhaps failure in a particular course, right? Please, is this a joy or a curse? So let us all, in one accord, spell out the cause of this course so that we can prevent further loss. Learning is to be enjoyable, please. Not an atmosphere of oppression, suppression, depression, and intellectual frustration. Still yourself. Beside yourself. We need ease. We really need ease. To abruptly discontinue this cerebral torture and lesion. Embedded in each and every one of us is a scholar. So bright, like the shining star in the celestials of galaxies, with an appearance that is stellar. So we can't conceal this. That personality in you needs to be reviewed. So now, before I go, this is a really haunting condition we find ourselves, with a degeneration into deplorable situations. We have no other option but to heal our caustic cerebral lesion, to forestall future apprehensions for a better education in our beloved nation. Thank you very much for clemency.
Up next we have the band.
you. We are gradually coming to the end of this summit. We have just 2 sessions left. Some of our seminar speakers, I don't know, some of them are here, but for those who may not be able to make, we have 2 sessions left. Hope we are not tired. Are we eating? No! But who are the people that are eating? We've gotten snacks and drinks. I know some people have gotten, but they are bringing the rest. But at least I know you've gotten drinks or water. Everybody has gotten drinks or water. So, but some people have not gotten snacks. So, we'll be moving to the contest aspects. And I want to call the representatives to come forward. Representing the Faculty of Clinical Sciences is Taiwo. Can we give you a round of applause? I don't know your name, I'm sorry. But we'll introduce them section, they come forward. Yeah. Each of them has 5 minutes each to present, and I will need a timekeeper to help me. So you are to sit in the front seat here. That's where we start to sit here. For what faculty again? For BAMSA, please, what's your name? Testimony, can we give you a round of applause? Testimony will be representing for BAMSA. So can testimony come forward? The lady in purple, what's your name and what faculty are you representing? So after this session, because of the other 3 faculties that were not represented, what I will do is I will just handpick 3 students who will speak for 2 minutes each, and then you can get something little, even though it may not be the main prize. So if you are interested, can you just raise up your hand? 1. Okay, Shina, you'll be 2. Who else? I raise up your hand. 3. Okay, so 3 is complete. Or do I have anybody on this side? So 3 is complete. So, but basically these are the real representatives representing each of the faculties. So I already explained the mind to us. The chief judge will tell us more when she comes up. Want to appreciate our judges, please give them a round of applause. If you are just there eating and enjoying yourself, but they'll be here and they're just sitting, want to appreciate you. Thank you so much, sir and ma. So this is the scoreboard. Everybody says scoreboard. Scoreboard. I was there, I saw it though. There's no, this is not ICP, what do we call it now? This is not INEC. You understand? This is not INEC. So this is Fragrant Stars Foundation, Vital and Virtuous Week 2023, Soaring Scholar Summit, and this is the think tank session. The think tank session is divided into 2. We have the contest aspect, which is the mind pitch that I talked about. And for the mind pitch, like I've told you, they want to tell us more about the academic apathy and mediocrity amongst Nigerian higher institution students, using an ideation to solution model. Like I told you, they are supposed to present a model using a laptop. You are supposed to see it on the projector, but this is just the first edition, and we hope you'll be able to do one. Because of the responses of most of the students, we just have to take whatever they have. At least can we appreciate them? At least appreciate those that could chest it. It's a great thing. And some people just chested it here in this meeting. So we are going to be scoring them on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 things. The first is passion provoking. We are saying that there is an apathy. The opposite of apathy is when somebody is passionate. You are not disinterested. So as they want to come up, I'm not giving them original. I'm just saying my own. I hear. He that has ears, let him hear. So we want to see how passionate they are about the problem. So they will be starting from the problem. For instance, okay, this is the problem of academics. Why students are not interested in academics. This is the reason why they are not passionate. Well, okay, I think this is the problem. I think is the cause. So it's also a form of manifesto debate, because somebody else can come and say, no, what my first speaker said, I don't agree. I think this is the problem. I think Nigerian education is the problem. I think it's not the students. I think this is the problem. Do you understand what I'm saying? So we want to see how passionate they can speak. So you can begin to call the passion inside of you out. Begin to speak to that passion. Alright, so that goes for 15 marks. The next is research inclined. Research inclined in the sense that as somebody who is a student, we want to assume they are leaders, even though some people are students. Are you a leader in your faculty department? So we want to assume that they are leaders. Because everybody is a leader. Say it to yourself, I'm a leader. I'm a leader. So, as a leader, you should know what is going on around your environment. Such that consciously you are research-minded. You know what happened in your faculty the other time. Whether you are passively or actively making research, you know what is going on. So these ones will speak from a research-inclined mind that will know that they really know what is going on in the trend of academics, at least using their schools their faculties and their departments or their levels as a sample. That also goes for 15 marks. Then the next is statistically proven. So you can't have a research if there's no statistics to back it up. So I can say, okay, I remember there was a year when I was in 200 level, 3 students wrote an exam. And at the end of the day, 3 students failed the exam. Why? Because of the school. I'm just giving an illustration. The school misplaced their... So you have to tell us statistics. That's okay, there's a course called maybe CSE 501. In CSE 501, the pass rate in the past 10 years has been 90%. That shows those are the things you are trying to challenge. Are you really a student on campus who doesn't even care about the trend of things going on in academics? But currently, in biochemistry department, for instance, you know, she has been producing 20 first class every year. There's no biochemistry students here. I thought somebody would almost laugh my face for saying that. 20 first class students every year. But currently, 2023, we have just 3 first class students. So you need to give us statistics. Are we together? That goes for 15 marks. The next one is what? Relatable solution. There's a mistake there. Okay, I'm coming. Passion provoking, research inclined, evidence by experience, statistically proven. Before we move there, the next one should be relatable courses. So that's how we are moving. What do you think is the course? CAUSC should be what is there. And we should be able to relate to those courses. So you cannot tell me that the reason why a student is failing is because, I don't know, maybe I just want to know that the reason why this student failed is that he has not met Ben Carson. If he should meet Ben Carson, he can't fail. Is it relatable? Is it very, very relatable? No. So we want them to give us relatable because as we are listening, we can know otherwise like this person really has been understudying the trend of academics in the school that he has come from. So that also goes for 15 marks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things are going for 15 marks, making 90 marks. And we already have 3 contestants here. So the other things that we will judge them on is just 2 marks. 2 marks for grammar. 2 marks for grammar. So don't worry, your grammar, you should be good though. You should polish your grammar, you should be shiny. But in this meeting, it's not our focus. If you come to my academy, for instance, I run the Nectar Words Academy. I train people on English, grammar, and all of that, and all that. So when you come there, we can talk about grammar. But this is Fragrant Stars Foundation. So 2 marks. Composure. And I think we should be objective. Taiwo is the only person who was aware of the competition. So he has an upper edge than the others. But we are still being objective up to this point. So composure is still what everybody can have, even if they didn't tell you. It's a training that you should be composed anytime, in season and out of season, to speak to the public. Appearance, that's where we may not be able to objectively judge everybody. Because Taiwo came here knowing that he has a competition. So I can see that appearance ready for competition from head to toe. And that's very good. Why the others, they also dress well, but they might not really be expectant of, so that their confidence will not neutralize their appearance, because they had to be confident before they could come out. So I want to pardon that the appearance aspect might be a bit subjective in assessing the ability to people. While so the chief judge, you know me, I will live here. You understand? I will live here. So the chief judge, my oga on top, she has the final jurisdiction in this place. I'm just talking like, and the last thing is gesticulation, and I think that should also be objective in the sense that speaking, communication is beyond verbal. We also have the non-verbal aspect. We want to see, and that one also go for 2 marks. So 4 things go for 2 marks: grammar, composure, appearance, and gesticulation. That's 8. Okay, 2. Okay, there's something missing. Okay, so the judge can decide one other thing that she wants to put as her 2 marks. It's in her jurisdiction. If you greet her, she might decide that greeting is part of the 2 marks. We want to know whether you are well trained as a cultural person. So I don't know what she may want to pick. She might pick one thing as 1-1. So I'll be handing over the mic to her once again to just summarize the mind of the program and what is expected from us in this edition as we start the mind pitch. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much for this privilege. I want to celebrate the ones that have chosen to be bold enough to step forward to represent their faculty. It's actually a sign of responsibility and leadership virtue. So she has said it all. The good one that we have, just know the things to focus on, the one that have 15 marks. the ones that we should really focus on. Let your passion be obvious. Let your research be so clear. Your evidence, the experiences that you have to back up your argument, your statistics, and then the solutions you want to prefer to us. Then the causes, what are the causes, Those are the aspects that you need to focus on. Any other thing is a function of how you look and how you give it up. But I wanted to just not come as somebody who is going to be judged, but somebody that wants to give solution. We are obviously looking for solutions. So beyond the delivery, beyond the marks is what you are providing that might help one or two persons here. So I want you to come forward confidently and then just enjoy yourself as you talk. Remember, you have 5 minutes, so please try as quick as possible to stop talking once it's 5 minutes, so that you go beyond the time you might actually be losing marks. All right, so let me start inviting. Do we have another mic? Okay. So let me invite the fourth speaker. Okay, please just put it here so that I think I want to have the first names again. The first names again.
Taiwo.
Okay.
Testimony.
Okay, so Taiwo, Testimony, and Eniola. So let's welcome Mr. Taiwo as. Or do I start calling you doctors like everybody? Mr. Taiwo as the presenter. Please let's give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really glad to be here, and it's an honor to really be invited to speak at
Please put it on.
So I'm really glad to be here, and it's really an honor to be invited to speak at an occasion like this. Actually, when I got the call from Dr. Adepoju, I just couldn't say no. Not at all. Not when she has introduced herself as being from University Hospital. So I know I've never met her, but the day will come that I will have to rotate through her department. So I know that. So when she complained that probably why other students were called, then they were not really receptive. So I as a person, I really didn't have an option, and they just had to take it. So, and I would really like to thank the FRAGRANT STARS Foundation for an initiative like this that is really trying to inspire academic excellence among tertiary institution students. Actually, people have been here, and Mommy Adepoju has been here, so she has really talked about some of these issues that students are facing, and some of the things that are actually responsible for low grades. So, but I think academics goes beyond curricular activities. So there are ways by which curricular activities can also inspire academic excellence. So I'm coming here. I've seen the trend of the event. It's more or less trending to more of medicine, but I wouldn't like to actually hold that. So I would like to really balance things as we go on. But when I got the invitation, I'm happy to speak from my perspective, from the perspective of my faculty. So in the Faculty of Medical Sciences, we have only medical students. So that means I am to speak based on my experience relating with medical students. Some of the problems that we are facing that is really responsible for low grades. I mean that's responsible for academic apathy. Actually, to say academic apathy, to say we have academic apathy, it's actually debatable. It is debatable in the fact that, okay, let us look at, I'm medical students now. In Nigeria, there are 14 medical schools, and the quota, I went through MDCN website, the quota is around 4,920 or so. Yes, 4,920. So for all the 14 medical schools. So now let's go back to the statistics. How many people are applying? So by the time we actually just suppose the number of applications we are getting with the quota, we actually see that it's the ratio. It is very, very great. Yes, I couldn't get the exact figure of applicants to university before you can get that kind of thing. You need to start submitting them forward because it's not a classified information, but you see that people don't really give out that kind of statistics. So we need to start submitting them forward, but where I couldn't start going through that straight because if you even submit, I'm a journalist as well, so I know how these government organizations how much they do not like to respect FOI requests. They don't. So you may need to start. You may need when they don't reply your request, then you may need to go the way of the court. But that will be too long, and it will be a needless exercise actually in this kind of case. But in my own faculty, academic apathy generally, it's something we do not, it's something I don't see around, especially the curricular aspect. Because now, for a quarter ago, that was 29th of May. I think that was when President Bola Tinubu was sworn in. That day, there was something on that day. That was the day we were to start our M1 posting. Still, we had a class, but I think my class was almost filled up that day. So that speaks to the level of academic enthusiasm. Students are really, in my own faculty, students are really enthusiastic. They have this zeal, they have this interest in their academics. So if there's public holiday and students can still go to class during public holiday, then that speaks to how much interest they have. But just like I said earlier, that academic goes beyond only the curricular activities. We need to start looking at the co-curricular activities as well, because there is actually a link between them. There's a way co-curricular activities can inspire greatness. Like now, as a person, well, I've never won a grant until about, let's say, 2-3 weeks ago. So, and I did that not alone by myself. But okay, we are on this YLDP project. YLDP is the Youth Leadership Development Program of LEAP Africa. So some of us here could also know about it. So we applied for the program individually. By the time we started the program, we have the first phase, the second phase. At the second phase, we had to pitch a change project. Okay, we pitched it, and 3 of us in the team. Oh, I think that 5 minutes is just too short for what I have to say. So, but I think students being more involved in co-curricular activities, so it will actually inspire greatness. It will inspire academic excellence. Thank you.
Please give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, please, subsequently, we would, once it's 1 minute to go, we will just, I'll just say 1 minute so that you would, I didn't want to distract him anyway. Okay, thank you so much. Please, let's welcome Mr. Testimony as University.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Testimony, and all thanks to Feyi Adepoju for this kind of program. So I will continue. I will be narrowing this topic down into the courses why students fail. First, in terms of the Nigerian educational system, I will be narrowing it down in terms of the lecturers, in terms of the students and the school itself, and an external factor which are the parents. Now let's talk in terms of the lecturer. How can a lecturer just come to a class and tell a student of over 120 students that a student can't just have C in their courses? They have D below. Now our minds process what our lecturers tells us. Now me coming to that class, I'll have the perspective that, oh, since teacher have said this, then I can't pass. Now there was a scenario at Solution that students' papers or examinations papers were falling down. Now students will have missing scripts, and they will go and meet the lecturers, and the lecturers now have to say, oh, I'm sorry, you have to do this next year, or you have to come back to do this and to do this. And now tell me, how can a student will not have low grades in there? So these are just in terms of the lecturers. Now let's go back to in terms of schooling. Now I have a lecture by 9 o'clock. I have anatomy lectures by 9 o'clock. Okay, we are using multipurpose or B. Now I got multipurpose. Now we have more than 3 departments using that hall at the same time. Now tell me how I'll be able to be serious with students. Like due to the fact that due to the fact that the school itself does not have a very good building and a constructed place for us to learn. Now let's talk in terms of practical. You can't just tell us to go to Ashubia every Friday or every Tuesday, and sometimes we go there and they tell us, oh, we are sorry, we don't have you guys. Now tell me how I'll be able to say we see, and things we see, things we read, now it gets to our brain. Now tell me how I'll be able to, I will not be able to sit there. I'm studying anatomy for an example. Now and tell me we deal with cadavers sometimes, and now we don't have enough cadavers sometimes, and sometimes because of cadavers we have, like those cadavers are rotting. You can't, let's say you want to deal with the inguinal canal, we can't even see those things that we have to do. Now leaving that, now let's go to the in terms of the peer pressure. Now I can't just tell my mom that, oh, Mom, this is what I'm passing through, because you'll be like, are you serious? So that you are doing bad things at school. I'll just have to face my fears alone and just tell my friends, and perhaps maybe they're bad friends, they'll enable me to have more low grades in school. Now, and lastly, let's talk about the peer pressure. In terms of peer pressure, sometimes, thank you. An example, I went to a friend of mine. I was asking that, how do you do this? What he told him that education is a scam, and I can't really make it clear. Actually, this is not actually fun. This is actually the truth. That I was almost depressed. That sometimes I just left God things. That what is this all about? Now, let's talk about the solutions. She made mention of something the other time. She said in UK that she is that. There are students that are not actually students, that they are just in class just to monitor the lecturers, practice and all of that. And now we can actually inculcate that bit in our Nigerian university system, in which students can just we can have students that will be their occupation. You get that they will just stay in class and do access the lecturers and they'll give report back to the school, in which lecturers they did not do it will be fired. Now let's talk about the truth. Let's talk about we as students, we should be able to write to high officials that no, this is what we want. We want a building, and we want a very good facilitated and AC sorry, please stop. An AC where we can actually have our practicals very neat. And in terms of peer pressure, we should actually try and meet people we know that iron sharpens iron, and we should actually meet people that we know that these people are really actually good. Because these people are actually really good, and we should try and speak out to higher officials and they should help us. And we should tell our parents our mind that, oh mom, you really need to be praying for me, not that you tell me that she will thank you very much.
Alright, let's welcome Fabiola as she gives us the studio names together for now as you welcome her.
Good afternoon. I would like to appreciate the writer and Matthew for giving us an opportunity like this. According to the topic, there are so many causes of educational apathy. And firstly, apathy is the lack of interest in something, while mediocrity is a paralysis in educational institutions. And for example, I have one lecturer. He's teaching us, he's teaching us MTH. Anytime he enters the class, he usually say, even without saying it. And we can see that this can cause lack of interest in education. Also, in our country, you can see there are so many things that can cause a student to lack interest in something. Just like corruption, there are many corruptions in this country. There are investment of money, and there are striking actions. In fact, for a student that strikes always, the person will even, his or her mind will not even be okay with the education. The person will lack interest in the education. So, if even inadequate funding, for example, I called my parents that I need money, and maybe peradventure they asked us to buy course materials in school, and I use that money to buy it. Maybe I still call my daddy again that I still need money. Even my daddy will shout at me that, why did you collect one money? So those are those factors that can cause educational apathy. And the solutions is that for our government, we need lecturers that are standard. We need good lecturers that can take us, not the lecturer that will be telling us that it's in the We need lecturers that can encourage us to make us to understand that education is good. And I think with this thank you.
Well, I want to say thank you so much. You've actually done well. You still have more time, you know. Like that face was shaking and you had to feel on the way. Okay, so we can put our scores together and announce while we so maybe something else will go on while we put our scores together. Thank you so much. It's all did well. Okay, by the time we want to read out the scores, we will tell you our general assessment.
back.
Can we give them a round of applause? I do really promise to my best. I want to believe they tried. Okay, Tom. Thank you. I want to believe they tried. Especially those that had to present impromptu. Alright, so okay, without wasting time because we're about to round up this program. We had 3 people that wanted to also volunteer. Let's have them. Let's have those 3 people. Or are they changing their minds? So we have just 2 minutes. And don't forget, you are giving us the courses with scientifically proven statistics, research, your passion, to tell us that these are the causes of academic apathy and mediocrity. That's the education part. And then you are moving us to solutions. The courses also have to be related. There are the solutions that are practicable in the setting of our school. So you can just.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Standing on all existing protocol. Because of my limited time, I will be quick and fast. Yeah, so my introduction, educational apathy, loss of interest or indifference to education. Now the question is, what are now the students giving interest to? Because if you are not giving interest to education, there's something else your attention is being focused on. Now, there has to be a thing that they are focusing on. And I've understood that educational apathy, the problem or the cause of this thing is multifaceted. It's not just limited to the many points my fellow co-debaters presented, it's many. And the ones I'll be focusing on are 3. Number 1, social media. Number 2, the unrealistic expectation of quick success with less effort. And then number 3, massive unemployment in the country. Now, under social media, I believe that 10 to 20 years ago, education was not like this. Many people were interested. Our fellow judges were in that generation of students at that time. And I'm very sure that the social media at that time wasn't as intense as it is right now. So the attention for social media, the unrealistic standards that social media has given students in their mind wasn't there at this moment. So right now, so the attention at that time would either be, okay, maybe a business or maybe your education or something else. So because of social media, there was a false portrayal of success and there was a standard of unrealistic expectations given to people. Now you go to Instagram, go to Facebook, you see people that are your age mates, that are building houses, and you'll be like, where did they get this thing from? They didn't go to school. Begin to see Mark Zuckerberg, they drop out of all those things. It feeds into the mind of people and decreases their interest for education. Now, the deception of quick success with less effort. Yes, I mentioned about age mates, building houses, buying cars, and all those things. Those kind of things, it feeds into the mind subconsciously, one way or the other. Our minds are wired in such a way that we just have to respond whether we like it or not. And then you have to say, this person has already done this, done that. What am I doing in my life? What am I thinking about? What am I? You understand? So it gets to the point that they begin to argue, they begin to give, like my fellow co-debater mentioned, that even put it here, school has scam. They begin to quote that kind of statements in their minds, or they share it among themselves. Before you know it, that thing feeds and builds on it. So now, massive unemployment. Now, statistically speaking, there was a research I was working on. I'm working with one of my fellow colleagues who will soon be publishing by God's grace. So it's on the problematic internet use and its interaction with the mental health of individuals. Now, statistically speaking, by 2030, there will be a population increase from 200 to about 250 million Nigerians, of which 60% of this population are youths between the ages of 18 to 40. This 60% includes 160 million youths. So by 2030, there will be a very high likelihood that 6 or 7 out of every 10 people you see will be a youth, one way or the other. The remaining 3 or 4 will be divided equally to the elderly and the extremely young individuals. Now, because of this, what does that tell you? There will be a high, massive human labor resource available in the country. But the question is that, is there enough jobs? Is there enough positions to accommodate this high increase in human labor, to accommodate all of this? No. There is massive unemployment in the country, and by 2030, if there aren't solutions or provisions or supplies or demand for job, there will be a very, very high likelihood of massive unemployment. And this itself is enough to even discourage anyone from going to school. Now, personal experience. From my own personal experience, I've observed that the goal of every student is always to achieve a certain sense of material success, because whether we like it or not, money is a very important aspect of life. Now, it has been very well proven that medicine, law, and a few engineering courses have a high percentage of financial stability. And this is financial stability, not even that the wealth in itself. So now, the question is now, the other courses, the other departments, which are of course not what's called mediocre in any way, which are not substandard in any way, even though there are many of them fishery aquaculture that are well appreciated outside and abroad, outside of Nigeria. But within Nigeria, many of these programs are not appreciated. Now, because of that, that limits the options of many people. And when there are limited options, not everybody are able to accommodate all of those options. Now, to just make it quick, because of my time, I would like to just conclude with these few points. The very university institutions that are training students to attend to people, to treat people, and this in the medical aspect, to teach students to become medical doctors, to become nurses, to become assistant physicians, they themselves, these very institutions subject the students to mental stress and trouble. Imagine in the instance now telling students you're going to get F, you're going to get F. What's that? That's not how it works. Okay, thank you, ma'am. So to round up everything, my solutions are that number one, there's a need to address the growing population. There's a need to find alternative jobs that can work, or there's a need to also compensate appropriately the other courses, one way or the other, with enough opportunities.
Thank you very much. Standing on the existing protocol and recognizing my fellow presenters, I will just go straight to the point that the problem my name is Salah Otioluwale. The problem can actually be divided into three areas, multifaceted. Number one, distraction. Number two, educational system. And number three, the reward system. The whole problem we are addressing today can be encapsulated with a simple phrase: education is scam. And looking at the world today, we are faced with that reality, which is something we don't want to admit, because we have seen a lot of successes without education. We have seen a lot of great people with their education, and yet we have seen a lot of educated people that are not great and are unsuccessful. So we are torn between possibilities. Do we go the way of education or do we not? First of all, to start with distraction, we must realize that there is no generation that has been so much distracted like this generation. Yes, we talk about social media. Social media is the least out of the possible distraction. Coming back to the period of medicine, mental health to be precise. One of the major problems of social media, according to research, has shown that it leads to dopamine stimulation, which is quite similar to what we have in terms of drug addiction. So if you want to start, you want to stop, you can't stop it. So we have a lot of people facing mental health, a good percentage of the population dealing with addiction in terms of social media, which they can't stop, which is affecting a lot of focus. So they can't focus in class, they can't focus. That is why the average focus of a student to actually be able to sit down and read may not be able to pass more than 25 and 20 minutes. The truth is that when they sit down for 2 hours, it's just around 20 minutes, 1 hour, 40 minutes is wasted. And nobody is ready to address that problem as a public health problem. Those are some of the problems we are having. Talking about the system, we have a lot of educational pros that have become lecturers. People who were product of academic malpractice, who don't understand the subject they are teaching, and then they expect the student to understand what they themselves don't understand. And those are some of the challenges we are facing. We have people who are educated in sciences, but they don't understand the art of pedagogy, which is the art of passing the academics. You know they know it, but they don't just understand how to pass the knowledge. And the blame is always on the student. It's the student that are not reading. I think those are the issues that should be addressed. Permit me to say something about assessing the academic stature of the lecturers. I was privileged to attend a school some time ago where we assess our lecturers. Before our exam results are released, every lecturer is going to be assessed online. And the kind of assessment we give that lecturer will determine whether he will take that course again or whether he will be promoted. I think that should be inculcated in our educational system. Everybody should be held accountable. Not only the students, even the lecturer should be held accountable. Another problem we are actually having is lack of motivation. How do you come to a class and say A is for God, B is for me, and C is for my wife? I think some of the lecturers should see this without closing of eyes. Because of my time, lack of inability to use proper instruments in education. This is a world of videos. This is a world of graphics. But how many lecturers are actually educated in terms of IT? In terms of usage of graphics and other materials to pass the information across? The world has passed the usage of blackboard, markers, and all that. We are talking about complex things that we need complicated materials to be able to pass the knowledge across so that the student can understand. But most lecturers actually don't care. All they come is, I do my job. Whether you listen or you don't listen, I don't care. Once I've done my job, I've satisfied my conscience, I collect my salary, that's all. Then we have, which is one of the most haunting things, we have a curriculum that is not useful for the world of today. 80% of what we learn sometimes in school are not so useful. We have a world that is fast changing, and we have an education that is not ready to change, that is meaning archaic, and is not ready to solve the problem of today. Permit me to talk about medicine, for instance. We are talking about robotics. We are talking about robotic surgery. We are talking about genomics. We are talking about big data. And here we are still in Nigeria, still talking about C++ and Fortran on 100 level. I think those are some of the major challenges that we are faced with that is really giving us a lot of problem. Because even the person that is teaching us does not see a future in what he's teaching us, and the person that is being taught does not see a future in what he's being taught. And it's just an accumulation of knowledge without impact. And I think those are some of the major challenges we are having. Then lastly, talking about the society, the reward system. As we know from economics, the world is governed by demand and supply. Whatsoever you lay demand on, you have the supply of it. And whenever there is a demand, there is high price. And that is how the world works. If you lay a demand on doctors, there will be high demand. If there is a demand for doctors, there will be high value placed on doctors. Gone were the days when there was demand on academics. As we know the world of today. The world of today, the society of today place more premium on entertainment rather than academics. And that is why you can have somebody that graduates as best student having 18,000 and somebody that went to BBC actually is going to get around 30 million. Then why do you want to convince me that I can spend hours studying when I can spend 3 months and get 30 million? I think those are some of the problems. So if we are going to talk about the solution, first of all, there must be an organization of society. Secondly, there must be responsibility and accountability. And thirdly, it starts with me and you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Osogbo, and I am an aspirant MBBS for Learning. Though I'm not in school yet, but at least I have brothers. The problem is actually two-sided. I don't want to be partial here, I want to be neutral. We students have our own faults, the government also have our own faults. So we actually have to give the problem to the problem and the solution to the solution. Now, concerning the student, lack of commitment. Now, you are going for exam, you are reading, then your babe message you like, babe, I have to message this call. You reply the message, but you know it, 30 minutes don't go. And I'm saying that government is what? Government is doing what? So, we have to actually give ourselves a kind of training. Mommy was saying that when you are going for class, don't take your phone along. I have a friend that I will message her as we like she's inside the class and we are still talking. And I'm telling me that you're not in Educa. What do you know that? So the other one is establishment malpractice. I tell you many people are reading. I give kudos to MBBS. I tell you I'm also an MBBS apparent and MBBS here. I give you guys are boss. So I know you guys are reading, but other departments are naturally reading. To me, our students are actually serious guys. Because I'm not that good. But you know what I'm saying, like we really have to read for exams. Not that we depend on team. A friend was telling that he had an exam impromptu. And the only solution he had to do was examine classes by using ChatGPT for his exam. Because he has not prepared for it. So how would that one come out? They have to ask him that greater than is because to. I don't know what I was saying. Sincerely, we only have to accept the fact that some of the fault belongs to us. And we have to give ourselves that kind of solutions. Now to the government, lack of fund. Many schools doesn't have fund, especially this petrol subsidy. He was complaining that the transport fare was much for them. And there's no fund for that. Imagine trekking from Tanker. Tanker is like almost like 5 kilometers to the school. Just because you want to go to school MBBS, you will still come back by 5 o'clock. You still get back home. So these are unfortunately the problem to the government. Then the other one is the faculty and the syllabus. I understand the syllabus. After the strike, 8 months, I think they said Union finished the semester in 1 week or 2 weeks. I don't know if okay, it's not you. I don't know, Sha. But they said that you actually finished they said the school finished a syllabus that went for almost like 3 or more in just 2 weeks, and they did the exam. So how would you expect these people to come out and actually doing what you expect them to do? So in nutshells, no, I don't have a lot of experience. So I'm not know much about of the shake game you guys are going through. But I believe that this sport actually belongs to both of us, both the government and we the students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I think it's really member of the IT who has not been introduced. Sorry to disturb you. This is Barrister Feyi Adepoju. I don't know the meaning of this, but I know it's something they use in the law like our own MBBS. So he will tell us more later if he wants to. So and he's a legal practitioner. He's the co-manager and director of Lido's legal practice. And even though it was not convenient for him to be here because of the lot of challenges he had with coming here, but he still made his way down here. I wanted to give him a round of applause. So he's the only person that I have not introduced, and that was why I felt I should do that before. And apologies to the person that said MBBS. Is that another department? I know what he's trying to say. That they don't structure other departments in a way that will make people read. It is medicine that they structure like that. And if they begin to structure that department too like that, should they structure that department like that, or they reduce the structure in medicine?
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be here. I'm also an educator myself, so I am always interested in people learning and all that. I think I want to eulogize the organizers of this program. They are doing a very good job. Now, first, on the issue of reading, I would say that before I got to law school, I would always, when you see some lawyers and you be like, how did this one pass law school? Because I felt maybe he made one or two mistakes. But on the week of the bar finals, I said, anytime I see a lawyer, I will tell him, well done. I was talking with some persons and I said, our educational system might have a problem, but I am very sure that if anybody passed bar finals in this country, he actually passed. And I can say it anywhere. Our former president's daughter failed 4 times. Yes. Our present president's son failed twice. So, and if such people fail, it means that they failed. So now, because the 1 week of the exam is like 1 year, so I understand, but you are not in the system. Now back to, I actually stood up to say 1 or 2 things. On the definition of success, one of our problems in this country is the fact that we are not defining success very well. We are placing the definition of success or limiting it to money. And until we get the right definition for success, we will always think that it is limited to success. And in the developed world, the fact that they have been able to place success very well is the reason why their education will actually go further, because it is that education that you apply to this society, even though you don't have the finances. But there have been people who had money either here or there, that after they are dead, nobody remembers them. You don't know whether Oliver Wendell Holmes have money or not, but he has died a long time ago and we are still remembering him. Whoever discovered the electricity had died a long time ago. You don't even know how rich the person is, but we are still remembering the person. That's what success means. And then another thing I want to say is that success cannot really happen without education, because education is not limited to formal education. If I'm an employer of labor, if I want to employ you, I don't first look at your certificate. I first look at what you can bring to the table. And that is the mindset they have in the developed world. Finish with your MBBS, apply for content writing, and see whether they will give you that content writing job because you are a doctor. They will not. And do you know that somebody that does not have a certificate, Nigerian certificate, but who has certification in that content writing, and can show that it can actually deliver, will get that job even though he's still an undergraduate here in Nigeria? True or true? And you know that an average content writer, especially who does remote job for companies abroad, earn more than an average doctor in Nigeria. I was showing somebody day before yesterday. For content writing, some of them pay $90 per hour. So you could see that, and a person could actually be doing that kind of job and not have a certificate. So it means that what are they paying that person for? It is what the person is bringing to the table. So success cannot really happen without education. Before you have that certification, you actually learned something. You knew how to do it. Education can also be, we can actually say that an apprentice is also going through education. So when we understand that, but what we are saying is that apathy, there's an apathy to education in the sense that if I say I want to do training for people, most times Nigerians will not come. But tell people that you want to give them money, they are here. But tell them you want to teach them something, they will not come. But do you know that the fact that you know how to do something, even a Yahoo boy actually learned that Yahoo stuff. If you don't learn and you go and do Yahoo, you won't get any money. Except for those that do Yahoo Plus. So that means that no matter how, whether good or bad education, you are learning something, right? So there is no way you can actually succeed without knowing something. Whether what you have known is now right or wrong is another ball game entirely. So those are the two things I want to point out, that we have to actually go and change our orientation about what success means, and that it is not limited to money, and then that success cannot really happen without education. If you really want to be successful in something, you must actually learn how to do it. And I will close with this. Moses was actually sent to go and deliver the children of Israel, right? God sent him to the house of Pharaoh to learn how to lead. And at some point, God had to send him out to go and learn how cows behave, right? So when he had learned for 40 years, he had gotten education. God now sent him back. Oh yeah, go and do it. That's the way success works. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I want to commend everyone for our patience and our attention since the morning. A lot has been said. We don't need to flog any issue. But please, I just want to drop something which really helps me. A lot of you might not agree with it. But all I just want to say is, in your academics, particularly for level students, this is still an advantage. You still have a long way to go. But please, when it comes to academics, try as much as possible to be academically transparent. That's how I put it. Responsible and accountable. And the summary of everything is this. During our days in Lautech, I had my first degree from Lautech. By the middle of the second semester, latest, we would have gotten our first semester results. And, well, I said it earlier, you might not agree. Each time I go home, once I get home, my dad was retired as a lecturer at Cardinal Polytechnic. I always take my first semester results or second semester results, I always present it to him. 300 level, I had a course I failed. I won't forget. BCH 310, immunology. And my dad was on my neck like, in Lautech, University of Technology, 5 years. How are you going to go about it? Blah, blah, blah. I was like, Daddy, don't worry. For me to have 38F in immunology, I can bet it with you with all confidence that well over 60% of the class failed that course. He didn't believe it. Not until 400 level when he had a chance to come around to check me up, and he met with our level advisor and he had to consult him about what happened with this particular course. My son failed you, blah, blah, blah. And our level advisor then now brought out the number of students that failed, the statistics, and those that were able to retake. That was when you now had a peace of mind. Final year 500, I retook the course. We did, all of us almost did well. But what am I saying in essence? The issue of academic transparency. Not, if it's your guardian or your parents or your mentor, like Mama was talking about the other time, that you are able to be accountable to, it will help you. On the level, it's always easy. She said it earlier, always easy to build your CGPA and everything. If you want to say you want to start building by 400, 300, or by clinicals and everything, it will be a serious tug of war. So that's just what I just want to advise. And I just want us to go with. Please be academically accountable. It will help you. Your mentor will be able to monitor your progress. Your guardians, your parents will be able to, even if you have illiterate parents, let them know, Mommy, I have failed this course. This is F that you're looking at. This is not something good. It will help you. Rather than you shying away. I have a friend, the day I was sharing this with him, was like, I never did that. He finished from engineering, mechanical precisely. He was like, it never even crossed my mind for once. I never did it at all. And he was now telling me, peradventure, I met somebody that gave me that kind of advice. I could have done better. I pray God will work with every one of us. And like what Mama said, in years to come, there will be reasons and causes for us to be knocking on your doors to be like, we want to consult you by the grace of God. Thank you so very much.
Well, I want to celebrate all the speakers. By the time the other people came forward, it's like, so where have you been all the while? Is it the other people that dared you? But I won't say you all did so well, the key speakers and the speakers that came afterwards. But I want to just point out some things that I observed during the time they were speaking. I think the first speaker, you spent so much time on greeting everybody, and by the time you finished greeting, the time had gone, you couldn't present all your points. I wanted to be time conscious. You knew you had 5 minutes, just put all the greetings. Within 30 seconds, you just greet. You can put all the words together and make one statement, and then you're fine. So, and let's also be careful with tired conversation fillers, like, those are things that weigh down our words. It makes the strength of your words reduce. So it actually makes you a better speaker when you avoid tired conversation fillers. It shows that you don't really have what to say and you are trying to fill it up with empty words. But we all did well. I'm just looking at the time that we had to prepare and the fact that we were still able to deliver and deliver well. I want to say big thank you to each and every one of us. I just want to add one. Thank you. I just want to add one point. I saw that while we were presenting, we put so much of the blame on external factors. I want us to also look inwards. Speaker today, Professor Feyi, was able to help us to see approaches that she used during her own time that helped her. And she said some of these things are not new. She also had those challenges during her own time. But with all those challenges, she was still able to come up. I believe there would have been service lecturers too. Lecturers that had A for themselves, B for their wives, and C for their children. There would have been lecturers like that. But amidst all those things, she was able to excel. And not just excel out. It's so outstanding. I believe one of the distractions of our generation is the social media. And we need to actually pay attention. And she pointed it out by saying that we should drop our phones. I know that might not be so easy for each and every one of us. We might need to stay in touch. But if you can actually do without it, or try to apportion the time you spend on social media during your day, you can give it time. Maybe when you come back in the evening and you want to relax, because you cannot spend all the day reading, you need to relax too. And if you have chosen that social media is your way to relax, then reduce the time. If you know, many times we find it difficult to discipline ourselves on some things because we do not try to research what are the detriments of these things. There's so much detriment that the social media has also brought, even though it has its own advantages. But if you're not using it for business, then I bet if the time you spend on it might actually be a loss your time during the day. So even though you need to contact your friends, don't spend your people you are contacting and chatting with and you're idling your time away with might not be worth it. It might just be idle discussions, and you can do without it. When I was in school, I didn't have that temptation. I was already leaving school when the phone thing became common, and I couldn't even afford it because it was even 30,000. And 30,000. Phone was very expensive. I didn't have it. I wanted to call my dad. I would go to the phone center and flash. Most time I even wanted to flash, I picked the phone and said, Daddy, and you know, it's because instead of flashing, if I flash my dad, he's going to call back. But because I didn't know what is meant to flash, I felt I had to first of all tell him. So I was charged 1 minute for telling him to then the extra time I had to spend. So we didn't have that temptation, and it helped us to focus. And then we went to that school cyber cafe and do Yahoo Messenger or some other things. But that was even when I was running on my program. So it was easier. But it's when you do without it that you see that you can actually do without this thing. It's not as important as you think it is. There are other means of communication and other things. You know, I had to also be helping some younger people these days. When I see that they are attached too much to phones and system. I said, when we were growing up, there were no phones to play with, no system, but we enjoyed ourselves. So I started asking around. I couldn't remember some of the games we played when we were young, and people were trying to remind me of the games we played, how we enjoyed ourselves, you know, reminding me of 10-10 and some of those things. So there are many things. I know you can't play 10-10 anyway, don't let me put that. But what I'm saying is that if you are creative, there are many other things that you can use to relax. But try to avoid time wasters. Some of these things reduce the quality of the time that we have for productive things. So if we can actually pay attention to the things that are idling away our time, like the time we spend on recreational activities, the time we spend on social media, we'll be able to give more quality time. And then if our recreation is also more educational and things that refresh and add to us, we would create more value. So let's actually look away from what we cannot control and focus on the things that we can control. That was what Mama Feyi did. She focused on herself and how to put the best of her out of herself. Despite every situation surrounding her, poor background, she didn't have money to, just like some of you. She had every situation, every reason to fail, but despite all that, she was able to rise above the challenges. So thank you so much for everyone that presented. We want to say a big thank you. We have our scores already, and we want to roll it out. Okay, so the other time, the doctor was saying that we should be lenient with dressing because we were not prepared. I want to say that the last set of people that came out, we didn't know they were going to present, but they dressed well. So it's always good to just dress and be competent. If you are going to be sportish, and just look good. If you are going to be competent, it's always good to be. Even if you don't talking, you don't need to talking, but there's a way you can appear and you will still look like the doctor that we call you. Just look nice every time. It's always good to look nice. And our gesticulations to let's try to work on our confidence to ensure that even if you don't have anything to say, at the time people listen to you, they won't know that you have nothing to say because you have so much confidence. Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't know if Dr. Adepoju wants us to score the last 3 people. Do you want us to also match? Okay, so for the main speakers, we have Taiwo, testimony or Timothy? Testimony. And then Yola. Okay. Well, after we put all the scores together and did an aggregate, okay, thank you so much. The third position is, let's give a round of applause because they all did well. Goes to Taiwo. Let's give him a round of applause. Okay, is he coming to the front? Alright, the second position. The second position goes to Eniola. Please just give her a round of applause. And the fourth position goes to Testimony. Really, let me just give also a reason again why some of this was my thing that why Ty was also he did so much of great things and he had very short time, and those are the things that really carried Mark. The point, he didn't have time to present his point because of the short time he had. Okay, so I want to also go over the discourse for the last three sets of speakers. Okay, I wasn't able to note their names. The first person is Dr. Clem. Okay, then the second person, okay, is Tioluwani. Then the third, Ayofe, okay. Alright, the third position of the second round of the competition goes to Ayofe. Please let's give him a round of applause. Oh, I didn't even read the marks. Please let me get back to the first one. For the first round, we had Taiwo scored 47 points. Eniola scored 50 points. And Testimony scored 60 points. Thank you. So for the second round, we had Ayofe scored 37 points. Please give me a round of applause again. Then Toluwa. Okay, Testimony scored, Temitope scored 70 points and last in the second position. Please give me a round of applause. And Toluwani came first with a score of 76.5. So for the first round, we have the first position as Testimony, and for the second round, we have the first position. The first position goes to Tioluwani. Please put your hands together for that.
Thank you very much. We want to really appreciate our panel of judges. Thanks for your time and your patience. We are gradually rounding up, so we'll be calling them to get their prizes. But before that, I want to believe that I've been able to learn something very important in this program. We as an organization, like I said the other time, we have a huge challenge, Young Africans Towards Change. And what we do to that challenge, with that challenge is that we challenge ourselves against the African mentalities. We challenge ourselves as youth. What we are trying to say is young Africans towards change. And the change we are saying is African mentalities. And we are saying that we want to depend on us youngsters to change African mentality. Let me give you an example of an African mentality. A baby is sick now. When a baby is, or let me give you a practical illustration that I've seen in the hospital. I saw a 12-year-old girl who just walked into my consulting room. The people that brought her folder did not know on time that she was deaf and dumb. So she was just looking around, and those people said, "We don't know what's wrong with that girl. What does she want? She did not come with any adults." And I was like, by my own training, like, can't you see that this person is deaf and dumb? By the time the mother began to interact with me, okay, so what happened? At 1 week of life, she had a febrile rash. Fever and rash. That's just the meaning of febrile rash. And now, when a child has a sickness, by the structure of you should take the child to. Who should you take the child to? But where are we? Which part of the world are we? Africa. So in Africa now, the mother-in-law told the mother to give the child. Use agbo to bath the body. Now for me, that's the painful thing. Because what is happening to the blood to the child is a viral infection. Most likely. That has infected the child from the blood or some other airborne means that is now showing outside in the dermatological aspect. But the dermatological aspect is not the place, the skin, is not where the disease came from. So it's began to rub the girl's body with herbs. You know what I told her that day? I said, "You just wasted my 10 years of going to meds." No, because I sat here at my office. You didn't knock my door for 5 hours. I'm waiting for them to bring a baby that I can manage. And all my nice class and spending money. And all these challenges that we are seeing. I was waiting for this kind of baby. And then you took my efforts to buy and have for this child. Who is a 12-year-old that can no longer hear or speak? That kind of African mentality is called mediocrity. We don't make efforts to want to leave our comfort zone. Do you understand? If I don't want to use medicine alone, at a time, some patients came. I worked in a plastic surgery hospital before, and the man had burn. Thank God it was superficial burn, but it was much from a gas explosion. The other one had it on the face. What happened? They are working in a company that uses plants, like big generators. These are the two people that operate the plants. I don't know how they operate plants, but there's a knowledge base that they have before they can operate a plant. That, oh, this is how this thing works. That's what they studied, either in school or that they went to learn by apprenticeship. It's just something that is their own area. But there's another guy at the company that felt, no, I can also take care of it. So those two people were inside the plant. And the other person felt, I just want to go and touch something too, around the control center. And they said, some people are there, said, no, there's no problem, I know how to do it. And by the time he touched something outside, the two people there was an explosion. You know where I'm going. He doesn't know about it. You know the pain I used to have. The way people confidently showcase ignorance in Africa. No, if I've not seen it damage lives, I won't be disturbed. Especially when it comes to children. This is an organization that deals with children, teenagers, and youths. It pains me a lot. I've just given you one. That child one is just one out of countless cases I see, and I have to just buckle up as a doctor because I can't be crying at every case I see. It's always painful that this child cannot make a decision. That mommy, take me to the hospital. Where a doctor that studied school for 10 years is waiting to give me a drug of 500 naira or antibiotics of 1,000. And then you damage the child. Then the mother came and said, she's even doing well. In fact, at the place where she's learning tailoring, she's very sharp, but the child cannot speak. And I have to connect them to the permanent secretary of education, the former in Osogbo, who has a Garnet Center for children with disability. Why should that child be reduced to a child with disability? Because somebody did not seek knowledge base from the right place. The same thing with the engineering thing. Those two people, the person does not know about it. But there's a blatant confidence in Africa that we young people are the hope of this country. And I've seen it creep into young people too. A white man will not do that. Can we be young people that seek knowledge appropriately? And you know where this thing started from Africa? Those days when our fathers would marry 7 wives. And they don't, let me use you, but they don't born one wife well. To say I know about something when it's not the head of the house that knows. You buy a lie. Is that not it? So yeah. Because by authority, the highest person must know more. Am I right? They came from there. If you are not the highest, even David said, I have understanding than my teachers. if he wants to put that thing in an open space, in this old set where there are old people, he has to be careful to say that kind of thing. They say, even if it's the most knowledgeable person, I say, more, as a medical doctor, I've had my own people that are like elderly people that train me in medicine who will say that I gave birth to my baby and there were thousands of things I've never had in my life. That you can do this, you can do this. And when you say, thank you, mommy, thank you, but actually in medicine, they say, if I'm not in law school, you just be scratching your head. What do you want to do? They are telling you that, well, sorry, is there anybody that doesn't understand Yoruba? I just want it to sink. That's why I'm permitting my vernacular. He said, oh, so they will bring things that are not research based. For instance, you know that those days they will say children have a people, they force feed a lot of children. 5 child dies in the hand of a woman, 3 survive. Or no, let me say 2 children die, 4 survive. The children will say, alone woman. Do you understand? You don't know the statistics of the other children that died and what killed them. That it was the wrong knowledge they didn't have. I mean, the right knowledge they didn't have that killed those children. Now the problem is that they will now want to impose it on you again that you should do the same thing. I want us to be, our hope as an organization is that we can't do anything again with those, because mentality is different to change. Am I right? But with us young persons, for instance, you are in a class, you know that somebody knows better. You should approach the person. In medical school, I have a friend that writes notes better, and in medical school, somebody that writes notes is is a resource to the class. But me too, I used to feel well, me too, I write too. But the girl can write better. She was my roommate, and sometimes I don't disturb her. She did me too, I write. Until I began to see the difference between I write and she writes more. If the lecturer sneezes, she will write. Sneezes, brackets. You know when you read drama books, sneezes. There's nothing she won't catch. And you know, if you write fast, most people used to think we doctors, we don't have advice because we deliberately don't want people to see our prescription. You lose your writing along the line. When you want to write 70 higher education pages in one class, and the lecturer is not waiting for you, you have to just make sure, shall write, maybe you are the one that will read it. And go and just be writing. You go and read it at home. So at the point I had to sit down. Some of the things I wrote, half of it I can't read it myself. And it's in front of me that the lecturer will stand in front and say, I want to stay with this lady. She's very fast. Where are you? I said, this girl is very fast. But let me get home. It's time to read. I will just be looking at the same thing that I read. I can't read it. Do you understand? But somebody is my roommate, a friend. She's also very fast. But you can see her writing is like caramel. You feel like eating it. But African mentality will make you feel me too, I write. Do you understand? Until I almost started failing and I said, how can I have a stenographer in my room? And you know in class, people will arrange after our notes. They form a queue. Please your note. Please your note. Me, I will say no. Maybe I will see her at home. What I'm saying that is that there's a mentality that makes you not to really want to seek for knowledge because of the things you have known. And if you will seek for it, you are going to seek it in the wrong place. For instance, there was another boy I saw. I knew that boy when he was a very young boy, like 6 or 7, around the school hostel where the medical students are, where I stayed as a student. The next time I'm setting my eyes on the boy, he's a 13-year-old or maybe 12 or 11-year-old boy. I should be happy that he has grown. But I saw him walking like this. I saw him walking like this. And the passion I have for children and youngsters, I was like, what happened to this boy? Then I saw the mother. She's so distressed. He said the boy had a sickness. And they took the boy to a nurse in the area. Now, this woman, she sells something opposite the hospital. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm telling you that this is mentality problem. She has known me since I was a medical student. Like, she has questions. Like, I play with a lot of people on the streets when I was a student. I have a lot of them. She can approach me. But now she's with the help that she needs immediately for the sick child. But you know what she did? The still mentality. I'm not saying poverty is not a catalyst to that mentality. But the first problem is the mentality. Do you understand? Poverty cannot make you to go and eat poo-poo when you are hungry. Even though you don't have money, at least you can buy agbadosis of 20 naira on the road and pure water. Because you still, the knowledge is driving your action. But because of the mentality that has not been drilled into her faculty, she still has to get it the wrong way. So now the nurse injected the boy on the sciatic nerve. That's a nerve where you should not inject somebody. And the boy just said, and the woman said, I'm tired of everything. You know that as if, you know passion, that I'm not just a doctor, but I'm somebody interested in community children. As a pediatric public health physician to be. I was hungry because when I saw this boy last, it was the boy that we know that used to wear pants. Now that he's old, I should be happy. But the boy is walking like this. And she now told me that, because of money, but you know it's not money. Do you agree in this summit that it's not money? Where is it? She now said, but doctor, this woman has been doing it for years. She has been doing it. I said, see, you can give somebody injection and it forms an abscess. Anybody, that can happen to any professional. Maybe the boy is not calm and then it forms an abscess. Even if it's a needle prick that's mistakenly splattered into the boy's muscle while you were trying to inject it, it can still not be that you are not professional. Maybe the boy was not calm. But if anybody should give injection on the sciatic nerve, the person is not a professional. Because I don't even need to draw the 4 quadrants before I know where to give injection. And sometimes even as a medical doctor, I will still draw the 4 quadrants too. The challenge is how you see people that don't know. Their confidence is not from here. So why am I saying this? I'm using this as a kind of mirror image to talk about our academics. We want to raise young people who have the right mentality, who have the right orientation, who will come out of the African mentality. Do you get what I'm saying? Who not pass the buck and say it is the school. Yes, it is the school, yes, but is there something more? Is there something more? Because that's just mediocrity. We deal with one mentality every year. The one we are talking about is like passing the buck and excusing. It's an African thing. I remember one story we read when we were young. I can't remember, but the comprehension goes like this. Anybody thought somebody would have done something. Somebody thought anybody, everybody. I don't know, remember that very common comprehension. Something like that. The story says anybody thought everybody should have done something. So somebody thought I can't remember. But the story of
at the end of the day,
nobody
what somebody could have done.
That's African mentality. That's another mentality. You just believe that everything is fine. And you are not making steps. So because there's one of the causes of apathy is entitlement mentality of students. Especially those going to private schools. You feel that I'm paying 3 million per year. Especially those very, very rich students or very rich people. So you feel that they should give me my mark. But we are not doing enough. So what I'm here to say this afternoon, that if you will not pick anything from this meeting, young people, you are our hope as an organization. Say, I'm the hope of Nigeria. You are our own hope. The mentalities, some of the things some of us are experiencing in academics, that's why, of course, I told you that it was supposed to be a debate. Is it Nigerian education system or what? So that you know that we're not planning to blame you. Do you understand? But at the same time, we may not be able to change a lot of things. But can we focus on ourselves? How can I become better? It's irrespective of the challenges. I want to come out of the mentality of passing the ball, which is an African mentality. It's a mentality. There's an entitlement mentality. They failed me. Something in you is entitled to passing when you have not done anything. You don't get. They failed me means you think you should pass. But did you have enough energy to pass? Someone else will rise up on our feet as we're going to hear some words after me. As we bring this meeting to a close, I'll just call the president of this closing speech before we head. I'm going to be presenting prizes. I want you to say these words to yourself. One more thing. Somebody said it already, Barrister. When we define something right, abuse cannot come in. Because the opposite of it is that when the purpose of a thing is not known, abuse. Let me ask you, what is that? What is education to you? Because I told you that it was supposed to be a scientific conference, but we felt let's install the pillars. The pillars are not even there. How can we start building on something that there is no pillar and say, let's do conference, let's public works, let's publish works? Education is one of the 7 mountains of influence by which we all can take spaces. We have been deceived to think it's only business and entrepreneurship, governance and politics, entertainment. You can be successful in every mountain of influence, and that's why we brought somebody like Mommy. Recently, Kwara State recognized the 14 most influential people in Kwara State, and she's one of them. The Kwara State government. Do you think that person is not ruling in governance? She is. Look at all the countries where she's been recognized. But I can tell you that education is still the pathway that brought her to those places. Don't be deceived. Education is equally important. But the question you should ask yourself, what is education to me? God has designed our lives. He already knows what many of us will become. Whether you are a Christian or a Muslim, you will all believe in predestination. Am I right? When Africa will say, Amuwa alone, it's just that we use it the wrong way. So when we use our hands to destroy ourselves, like that way that was limping, I'm sure the way some people will be comforting the mother, they will say, and that's the good part of Africa. I love that we used to come together like this communal thing. If somebody dies now in 5 days, the husband or wife can be eating chicken. You understand that the people that surround the person, they will look for some things for you, and you will be fine. Everything has advantage, but the disadvantage is that even when you want to board bike, can you say, hey Joe, please, I don't want you to run. The man will say, oh no, show her. No, am I right? And the boy, the guy will put one leg with Dunlop slippers on top like this, and we say, no, there's no MS. I'm not sure, but Ejo. Why would we put everything on God when God has put all things in our hands? That we should live by wisdom that He has given us. So that's why I go back to that question. What is education to you? There's a predestination. There's something God has in plan for you already. And that will make you to define education the right way. For me as a Christian, I've defined education as one of the mountains of influences that God has given me to take the world and lead the world. I've defined education as is not what I do to make money when I finish school. Yes, sir. Because let's be sincere, thank God is in the Quran, is in the Bible. When God first made the first Adam, was his food because he was walking? No. In fact, before God made him, his food was already in Eden. Am I right? Yes. His food was in the garden. So I was joking with one of the medical students recently. I said, okay, do you have money? She said, no, when I start any salary, I will do it. I said, you are not serious. Why? That means you have misdefined education and you need to check your mentality. Your definition of education is wrong. So I want each and every one of us to live here with two things in summary. Redefine education the right way. It is something that God has designed for you before you were born, before you were even formed in the womb. That you are going to be this, you are going to be a barista, you are going to be an engineer, you are going to be a building planner, you are going to be a doctor, and then God already knows what you are going to do with it. To impact your world, to bring solutions. The question is, how many of us can bring solutions? In Nigeria, we are not even trained in university to bring solutions. I'm telling you, when I did my house job, these guys that came from Ukraine, they don't like them in medical school in Nigeria. They will say they didn't train with doctors, with patients, they don't know anything. But you know what I observed? When there are little problems that ensue on the world ground, they know what to do to put things together. They can put one syringe and put another syringe. Do you get what I'm saying? They might say they don't know, they were not trained. Yes, they may not have too much stuff. Here we like a lot of theories. But when a problem occurs, I can't remember, he can just pick a glove and tie one glove to the other and put something inside. And the problem we have has been solved. And we have to wait for him to come and do it. And we that have all the stuff, we are not even trained to give solutions. We were not trained with critical thinking to supply solutions. But we need to train ourselves. I don't want to talk too much. But I want you to know that education is not for you to make salary. If you keep thinking like that, you'll be frustrated when you get to the marketplace. And the double tragedy is that you will not make any impact in your world. And the worst strategy is that it doesn't mean you will still have a good result. I want you to say to yourself, I'm a problem solver. Of influence. And I will soar on that mountain. Even from now. Thank you very much. Thank you for attending. I want to appreciate you. I will really appreciate, even though we have challenges with using the school venue, but I believe that this experience is a memorable one for many of us. Beyond the school, it's an intercontinental experience. It's a conference experience. And I want to invite the president to just give his closing speech as we present awards. He will present awards first and give his closing speech as we round up. Thank you very much.
Can we appreciate her? Thank you so much. Please, you will help us coordinate who are the people.
This is Mafulo.
Let me call Barrister first. Please come. Okay, please, can you sit down? Sorry. Just sit down.
All right, so we'll be presenting the first set of awards. We'll be presenting the first set of awards. The award we are presenting, we call it Effort Award. Even though our scores have been given to us, like this is first position, second position, and third position, but we are not giving us different awards. We are giving everybody the same thing. Can you give a round of applause to you? So it is beyond just competition. So it is Effort Award. Effort Award Effort award presented to representatives of faculty for being academically inclined or academically minded at the Mind Pitch session of the Soaring Scholar Summit organized by Fragrant Stars Foundation on the 12th of June 2023. For the people that represented their faculties, they would get a certificate award from the organization. So they should find a time to see me to get their certificates. But we have this award. Okay, no, I want to be. Have here Eniola. No, sorry, no, I'm calling those people because I have Temitope. There's something beautiful if you intercourse with it properly. And don't borrow anybody, don't lend anybody. But I encourage you to lend on that. There's something very important. It's on academics and it's a very beautiful one. I'm standing still again. But if you love me, just like the way that I love you. The next person is Ayofe. Ayofe. So it's just an effort award that you put in effort to be academically inclined. I want to appreciate you. Thank you. I think Mr. Olorewaju Olaide can please come up for the next. We have Tioluwani. Can we give him a round of applause? Tioluwani. For being academically inclined to represent your faculty. Thank you. All right. For the next set of award, Mr. Olorewaju Olaide will still help us with one more student. Okay, thank you, sir. So this is the real award. There should be a certificate with it, but like I said, see us to collect your certificate, but the prizes are here. There's something very good here, especially when you are preparing for exams. You understand? Don't give anybody. So we'll be calling on Is it Eniola? Can we just give her a round? What faculty are you representing? Fabasta. Can we give her a round of applause? So you can tell your president that you did a great job for representing your faculty. Thank you very much, sir. So I'll be calling the chief judge herself. Can we give her a round of applause? I hope you know everybody that was a judge or a panelist or a speaker in this meeting. There are people that are academically inclined, lecturers, retired lecturers, and all that. So I'll be calling Taiwo. Taiwo has done very great. I want to specifically appreciate Taiwo for mobilizing people as somebody that represented the Faculty of Clinical Sciences. He did a great job of leadership and out of the faculties. Okay, I think this is what we're going to do. That certificate will be going to Taiwo. That certificate will be going to Taiwo because the certificate we prepared is for the leaders. But interestingly, the other leaders are not around. So I want you to, please, Taiwo, can you just stand up? I want you to give him a proper innovation as he faces the crowd. Representing the Faculty of Clinical Sciences as a leader that is academically inclined. Because out of 6 faculties, he's the only one representing as a faculty, or maybe, I don't know, maybe as a past faculty, or whatever is achieved, whatever is obtainable in the setting of their faculty is somebody that is standing there, either in the interim or currently. And I think that's a great thing. So he will be getting the certificate of award as a leader that is academically inclined. And I think that's a good one. So you can sit down. Thank you, Taiwo. And then the last person here is testimony. Testimony. For being academically inclined, we really want to appreciate you. Thank you so much.
I want to pass it.
So the last section is that we'll be awarding our panelists themselves. They have been wonderful people in this. I hope you know they've not taken anything. They've not taken anything. They've not taken anything. And after them, there are one or two persons I would also want us to appreciate. So first of all, I want the president to please present these awards to our three panelists. The first person is Mr. Olaide Olamide. He's a lecturer at the Federal University of Health in Larobo, a PhD person, and he has been very useful both as a panel of judge and as somebody that also spoke at the parallel session alongside the contest. Thank you very much, sir. The organization really appreciates you. The next person I'll be calling is Barrister Abiodun Shonaike. Thank you so much. Despite the fact that it was not convenient, you still made your way to this meeting. Thank you so much. We really want to appreciate you as an organization. Thank you so much. And then to our chief judge, herself, who was a retired lecturer at the Polytechnic of Esauke. She has done a great justice to us today by helping us to have a very great time, both at the contest and at the panel session. Can we give her a round of applause? Thank you so much. I want to appreciate the master of ceremony and the co-moderator of today's event, Mrs. Mapua. Assuredly, can you just rise up as we give her a clapping ovation? Thank you so much. We really want to appreciate you. I want to appreciate Simeon, though I was not there to listen to his poetic academic Jeremiah, but I want to believe that somebody that does well in entertainment. Thank you so much, Simeon. Can you just rise up as we recognize you? Thank you so much. I want to appreciate every other person, every members of staff, every local organizing committee, every delegate, every affiliate of Fragrant Stars Foundation. I want to appreciate. There's something I want you to take note of. There was a slip we were given to evaluate this program. We know that we can do more. This is the first edition, and a lot of things actually came as an impromptu. Because this program had been planned to hold in the school until Friday afternoon, when we had to do a lot of strategizations that were very challenging, because many members of our organization are not here in Osogbo. We have people in almost all the geopolitical zones in Nigeria, and some people outside Nigeria. So the few of us that were able to work together had planned that we would work in the setting of the school until there was a mix-up. So we had to put a lot of things together, and that was really challenging. But take us as we are. But we still appreciate your evaluation. And there's a place there that talks about if you want to be mentored, because it talked about transparency and mentorship. So we would like you to mentor you, to help you to have a mind that we want to soar academically beyond where you are. So please don't forget, so that you won't take those slips home. Please, I think one of the hostess or protocol can begin to get those slips as the president comes up to take his closing speech.
Soaring scholar, I want you to reply with an innovative academic summit in the city of Osogbo. Soaring scholar. Soaring scholar summit. Soaring scholar summit. All right, we've had a lot of things today. I'm sure that if they will tell us to write a book concerning what you have gotten today, you would write a lot of things. One other thing I want to point out to us is that when you believe in yourself, you can achieve anything. I'm a what builder. I tell people that there's a difference between self-esteem. Self-esteem is what is out. Now, if I go to a bank now, they cannot just push me to one side because of the way I'm dressed. But if I wear slippers, how will they address me? They will feel that this one is one of the shabby people. But now that is what self-esteem is. Now that's how I'm dressed gives me an appearance to people for them to the way I'm dressed makes me to appear good to those people. But what is inside of me is what is not seen. Oh, can you see what is inside of me? Sister Akonde, do you know what is going on inside of my heart? That is something that is inside. So your words in academics is that what you believe that you can achieve anything. Say I can. I can. Say I can. I can. Now they don't have those that are brilliant, those that are high flyers. They don't have what to it. Even though you are not able to achieve the academic field that you want, you know that what you are striving towards it to achieve it. So I want you to go out today and be an achiever. Say I will be an achiever. I'll be an achiever. Say I will be an achiever. I'll be an achiever. Okay. And I want to also thank our camera, the videographic crew. I want to thank the those that are the Ayo, what's his name now? Ayo, for helping us with the photography. We appreciate everybody. So now we are closing, and our MC will close for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Really appreciate you. For the closing prayer, Mrs. Jube, please give us the closing prayer. Thank you so much. You started with prayers.
Please let's rise us and pray. Father, we thank you for helping us. Thank you for all the processes that the crew, the team went through before this program came to be. Thank you because they didn't have to cancel the program. Thank you because you created other ways. Thank you, Lord, because you created alternatives for them and gave them favor as regards venue and so many other things that they needed. Lord, thank you because you have made this program to be. Thank you for all we have learned. This program has been so full. You have taught us so many things. Thank you for this privilege to learn. Thank you for everyone that came. Thank you for granting them safe journey down to this place. And thank you, Lord, because everyone will go back safe. Thank you, Lord, because that which we have learned we'll be able to use, and it will be tools in our hands that would advance us greatly in the name of Jesus. Lord, we ask that as we go, we will, what we have learned will greatly advance us mentally and in every area in the name of Jesus. And all the people that have given towards this program to ensure that this program holds financially and in every other areas, we ask that you bless them in return in the name of Jesus. Everyone who has contributed in any way to make this program successful, we ask, oh God, that you give them helpers and we help their causes in the name of Jesus. Thank you, faithful God. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Okay, thank you so much. As you leave, please take pictures of the backdrop there. You can tag hashtag Soaring Scholar Summit on Twitter, anywhere. Please, you can take pictures outside. You can take pictures outside using the backdrop. Thank you so much for your time. Bye.
Pastor, Mrs.
No, doctor. You see, I'm a bit of doctor.
Okay, Pastor, Dr. Mrs. Papulo. Pastor, Dr. Mrs. Papulo. I don't have you at the one way you want.
No, yes, I'm doctor.
You are saying no. Don't be aggressive. I feel maybe I will introduce you to this lady so that you can actually. Dami is also very good. Okay, and you came with them that day.